Whoever that lady was, thank you so much. All right, so it's 10:09, getting a slightly late start. Calling this meeting to order, and we'll all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So we have a quorum, although Vice President Dean is needing to stay home today. So I just want to let you know that she'll be participating remotely. And this is pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 under the quote, just cause, unquote, provisions. Quorum of the board is physically present at the posted meeting location within the district's jurisdiction, which is open to the public. The meeting is being conducted in a manner that provides public access and opportunity to comment, and all votes will be taken by roll call. And Vice President Dean, I believe you're available on Zoom, yes?
Yes, this is Vice President Dean. I am participating remotely pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 due to cause, specifically because of a contagious illness that prevents my in-person attendance. I do have someone over 18 here. My husband, Alan, will be in the next room as an attendee on his own personal device. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Dean. Do we have a report from closed session, Mr. Carmel?
Thank you, President Farmer. We do. The board held a closed session for a conference with its labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. No action was taken. There's nothing to report.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Farmer, yeah. Just had a question.
Excuse me, yes, Director Gray.
Been a while since you had a remote participant. I think, do we have to take a vote on that? I actually, Tim said Tim is up there.
No, I don't believe you need to take a vote on that.
We don't need to anymore.
No.
We've done it in the past. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for inquiring there, Director Gray. With regard to the president's report, I wasn't going to give a report at all. However, I just want to make a comment, and I don't mean to embarrass him, but we have, I guess, someone who hasn't been in any of our meetings in the past, and that's Mr. D'Antona. And Jim D'Antona has recently been elected by the folks in Area 2 to be our next supervisor. And so he's in the audience. If you'd like to get up and make a comment, you're more than welcome to. If not, just want to acknowledge your presence.
Thank you, President Farmer. I again, just here on behalf of, obviously right now, of Supervisor Bruce Gibson's office, where I'm serving as Chief of Staff and waiting for those final calculations, but have participated in the past online, but really want to be able to come in person. So thank you for your time and appreciate everybody's work here.
Thank you. Agenda review. Anybody wish to make any adjustments to the agenda?
Thank you, President Farmer. Just the one thing we had talked about earlier about moving the utilities report up.
All right, thank you. Any board member communications from anyone here present, or Vice President Dean on Zoom? Yes, Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. And I had planned to apologize for missing the May 14 meeting for my granddaughter's graduation. The first meeting I've missed, and now I need to apologize for somehow having gotten here this morning without the iPad with all the notes. So I apologize for that 9-minute delay.
Thank you very much. We're glad you're here. So let me move on to public comment. I have one person who wishes to speak in regular public comment, Christine Heinrichs.
Good morning. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents continue their violent attacks and kidnappings. Kidnappings are happening at higher, alarming numbers. ICE activity is on our doorstep in Ventura County and increasing in SLO County. The League of Women Voters posted video of a webinar on ICE and the law, rights, limits, and accountability, and I hope all the board members will take the opportunity to spend an hour watching it and learning about SLO County's situation. Local accountability is at stake. These are times that grow our souls, that we can become better. Judge Joseph R. Goodwin of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of West Virginia wrote, "Antiseptic judicial rhetoric cannot do justice to what is happening. Across the interior of the United States, agents of the federal government, masked, anonymous, armed with military weapons, operating from unmarked vehicles, acting without warrants of any kind, are seizing persons for civil immigration violations and imprisoning them without any semblance of due process. It's an assault on the constitutional order. We need to be clear on protecting ourselves, our neighbors, and our friends. Standing up to these bullies now will protect the election coming up in November. You, representing our local government, need to stand up for the people of Cambria. A coalition of locally elected district attorneys and prosecutors from across the United States have officially put the Trump administration on notice. Any federal agent who shows up at a polling place in violation of state or federal law will be investigated and prosecuted under the laws of the jurisdiction in which they act, and they will be jailed if needed. Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner delivered the most pointed warning. Anyone, federal agent or otherwise, who shows up at a polling place in Philadelphia to intimidate voters is going to find out what find out means, he said. A federal badge is not a license to violate the Constitution, and it is not a shield from state criminal law. We have prosecuted police officers who broke the law. We have prosecuted public officials who broke the law. We will prosecute ICE agents who break the law. There is no category of American who gets to operate above it. In taking your seats on the board, you took an oath to the Constitution. It may have seemed simple when you took that oath, but you are now called to live up to it. I offer again the language adapted from the state resolution to assist you in confronting this difficult moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. And I just want to make mention of the fact that due to the fact that there are so many things going on in front of me here, I overlooked starting the timer. So for anyone that's going to be speaking from now on in public comment on any of the agenda items, you have 3 minutes to speak. So just letting you know ahead of time. Let's move on to public safety. And Ms. Dotson, do we have a report from the Sheriff's Department?
He's online.
All right, Commander, go right ahead.
Good late morning. Commander Boss here. Looking at our call statistics for the month of May, we had a total of 191 calls for service or calls, down from 294. And just kind of wanted to touch bases on that number that I'm reporting on specifically. So when I referenced that initial number, that say the 191 for the month of May 2026, what I'm referring to is any communications that were directed to Sheriff's Dispatch, whether that call was completed, whether it was somebody just calling regarding a question, whether a deputy responded and took some sort of enforcement action. So again, just generally speaking, those are the number of communications to the Sheriff's Office that have come from the Cambria area. Looking at noteworthy calls for service, we had a total of 22 enforcement stops and 12 preventative patrol activities. Just wanted to also highlight, yesterday we graduated 5 cadets from the Allen Hancock Law Enforcement Academy. On Monday, they're going to start our 22-week field training program. So you'll be seeing some new faces in the Cambria area in the coming weeks. And assuming we graduate all 5 of those from the field training program, we will again have some additional deputies here at the Sheriff's Coast Station providing services for the coast area, including Cambria. That is all I have, unless anybody has anything for me.
Well, thank you, Commander Ross, for that update on the folks from the Sheriff's Department that will be more present in Cambria. Any members of the board have any comments for Commander Ross? Yes, Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. I just thank you for the report and want to say congratulations on graduating the 5 new cadets.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a tough, long process for them. Again, they started in January and are just graduating here the later part of June, and then have again a 22 weeks of field training that they're going to perform. So they're just over halfway there, but we're excited to get them as well.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Well, no, Commander, thank you so much for being here this morning, and have yourself and you and your entire staff a safe and pleasant weekend.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. And same to the board and the members of the community that are present.
Thank you. All right, next we have the good fortune that Commander Januso usually joins us on Zoom, but he's here in person today. So Commander, step up to the microphone, and it's good to see you.
Thank you, President Farmer. Thanks for the good words. My name is Darren Januso. I'm the commander of the Templeton CHP office based in Templeton, 101 Duncan Road. I did bring one of my sergeants with me today. If you remember last year, I had one of our new officers at this same meeting. Today, I brought Sergeant Jared Sobir just to introduce him as one of my sergeants and one of the people that patrols your community. Jared Sobir is an 18-year veteran with the Highway Patrol. He does have history in the community. He was an officer in the same office prior to promoting, at which time he went to the Monterey CHP office and has made his way back here. So he came back to the CHP office in July of last year. So I just wanted to introduce Sergeant Jared Sobir to the board here in the community. Today's statistics I'm going to report are crash and enforcement for a period of April, May of this year. Fortunately, not a lot of crashes have occurred. 8 reported, 7 on the highway, 1 on county roads. Property damage were 6, 5 of those crashes on the highway, 1 on county roads. 2 of them were injury related. Total enforcement, 79 enforcement contacts. 53 resulted in citations being issued. Over 50 were on the highway, only 2 on county roads. 38 were for speeding and 3 were DUI arrests. That DUI arrest is up from the same period last year. There were 1 in April and May last year and 3 this year. Outside of that, I am available for any questions or comments from the board of the community.
Well, before I make one, does anyone on the board have any comments to make to the commander? I realize that the report you just gave is for May. Can you give us a report perhaps on that unbelievable accident that took place on Highway 46 a couple of days ago?
Yes, sir. So last Sunday, just a few days ago, about 9:30, 9:20 in the morning, was a 2-vehicle head-on collision that you probably read about on both the media and our social media. Residents of this county were driving in a black Mustang and drove into the opposing lane and struck a family that were from Missouri driving in the opposing eastbound lane carrying or pulling a 5th-wheel travel trailer. That crash resulted in fatalities to the passenger, which was the brother of the driver. The driver had sustained serious injuries and is seeking care at a hospital out of county. The occupants in the pickup did sustain injuries also, but they have since, I believe, made their way back home to Missouri, that I understand. The roadway was closed for about 3 or 4 hours for the investigation.
Well, having seen a photo of the Mustang, it's amazing that anybody survived that crash.
Yeah, the driver is seriously injured as well, but yeah, it is amazing.
So perhaps I shouldn't ask you this, but it would appear that he was probably maybe crossing a double line or something, but is there any possibility that he, other than pulling out in front of a truck and a trailer, was there anything that indicated that he was being irresponsible?
Outside of the alcohol is to be a factor in this collision, so that part is quite irresponsible. There was dash cam video that was available to us from one of the involved vehicles, and that shows evidence that the driver that was impaired drifted into the other lane. There wasn't any passing being, it looked to be any passing of another vehicle.
So 9:30 on a Sunday morning, and there was alcohol involved?
Yeah, that's kind of my same perspective also. I think a lot of us are saying that.
All right, thank you. So any, like I said, any comments from members of the board? Oh, Commander and Sergeant, thank you so much for being here today, and have a very pleasant rest of the day. Enjoy the weather.
Thank you, President Farmer. Good to see everyone.
And Sergeant, it's good to meet you. All right, moving on next, we have the Fire Chief's report. Chief Berkey.
Good morning, President Farmer, members of the board, members of the staff, and members of the community. This is the report I have for May of 2026, and I apologize initially for not having that report complete for the board packet. Our report writing system has been down, and it's statewide, so we're trying to, we've got a lot of people working on it to try and bring it back up to speed, but that's been the issue the last couple of months, as the report writing system has just been, they're trying to get that figured out. So I was able to piece together a relatively complete report, so bear with me as I move through this. For the month of May, we had a total of 111 incidents. We had 10 false alarms, 17 public service assists, 2 hazardous conditions, 81 medical emergencies, and 1 fire. Comparison information, we served 76 residents of Cambria and 22 non-residents. Again, this is the part that's not in your board packet. Again, this will be available online as soon as I get this to Ms. Dawson. May of 2025, we had a total of 84, so we're pretty close to that number. And then we had in year to date for 2025, we had 438, and year to date for 2026 is 472 total calls. For the month of May, our fire personnel mainly focused on wildland firefighting operations, as they do around this time of year. So that it includes progressive hose lays, a lot of water tender operations, and we have our type 5 operations that they're working on quite a bit as well. Public interaction, we had a great event up at the in May at May 9th open house. I saw many of you there, and it was such a successful event where we want to continue that momentum and continue having those types of events. I thought it was a great interaction with our public, and it went really well. So public service, we did 3 total defensible space residential inspections. We had 4 smoke detector carbon monoxide detector changes, and we had 6 business inspections. That concludes my report for the month of May. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Chief Berkey. Any directors have any comments? Well, hopefully things will remain as safe as possible here in our community for the foreseeable future.
I hope so as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Berkey. All right, so we're making a slight adjustment in our agenda today. Mr. Green is having to leave early, so we're going to have our utilities report right now. So, Mr. Green, it's all yours.
Well, good morning. Thank you, President Farmer. Appreciate you taking me out of turn here, so I'll keep it brief and I'll skip to kind of the big projects that we're working on right now. So the Stewart Street tank, the ring wall for tank 1 and the second tank that we're installing there has been poured and has been cured and inspected, and that's complete. We begin the middle and the ring wall separation, but the oil base and base compacting of that next week. So there'll be some continued noise and construction noise out there starting next week. And we look forward to the last week of June till we actually bring in those steel panels and start welding some of that tank together. As far as the SST at the wastewater plant, the air conveyance piping was finished during the month of April. or May rather, and the North Digester. We commissioned the yard blowers. The EQ pumps were finished for wiring and pressure level and sensors, and were all commissioned. The generator, we had the manufacturer come in and perform a load test on that, so that way we can get that warranty up and going on there. And on the 24th of June, we'll have PG&E out. Well, we were commissioned that new generator. So that's fantastic work on the SST also. The Santa Rosa Stream Bank Rehabilitation Project, we've have 30% drawings available to us for that project by tomorrow. We've had some boring and sampling that's taken place there for some of the geo and environmental there as part of the 30% drawings. And yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it would be really helpful if you would tell us what page you're on.
I'm kind of skipping over the narrative of the report and just kind of touching on the project updates.
So where is that in your report?
It's the very last page after all the reports and graphs.
Thank you.
Yeah, the utility project updates. Just late last week, we had a meeting with the CUSD due to the scope of the SR4 access road and sewer improvement there. We have to re-release an RFP for that project. And due to the scope of that and the timeline and having to execute that during the summertime, we've worked and negotiated a schedule of summer of 2027 for that project to break ground there at the CUSD High School there. The Urban Water Management Plan has been submitted, and our consumer confidence report is out. There's some copies on the back desk too for distribution. It's also available online, and we have copies available at the schools, library, Chamber of Commerce, and so forth as well. Finally, some really good news is we finally have got the authorization to distribute the $375,000 of funding from the EPA grant for the Stewart Street tank. So finance manager is working diligently on that right now. So we look forward to putting that back into our funding here for that project. And that's all the updates. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Anyone from the board have any questions for Mr. Green? Well, looks like your good fortune.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
No comments, positive or negative. Well, I just wanted to, let me just say this. I continue to be impressed with the fact that due to the fact that with aging infrastructure, more problems take place out there, with, especially with regard to water. And yet our staff or any kind of other organizations that you need to bring in to address issues, they get done as quickly as possible. And so 2 thumbs up there. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, President.
You bet. Any public comment on, yes, Ms. Heinrichs?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why is State Park stalling on that right of entry for the San Simeon water and effluent lines? What's going on there?
I think General Manager McElhenney has issued 2 correspondence in the last several weeks. We've had our consultant, Cannon, reach out directly to them. We have all the pieces to that puzzle together except for that piece, and they are just non-responsive. So I don't have a response for that. Other than I'm not sure. I apologize, yeah.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Heinrichs. All right, Mr. Green, all the best for the rest of your day. All right, let's move on to regular business and item 5A and General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President Farnder. Agenda 5A, receive a presentation regarding desalination, executable solution, and logistics desal plan. There's no fiscal impact associated with the item, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Green, and we also, I believe, have some presenters online.
Fantastic. Yeah. So this is something Carollo has worked on in collaboration with the county for well over a year on. This, I'll preface with, this is just kind of a broad brush here that we're touching on. You'll see some locations. These are not specific locations. These are just geographically central locations that would be effective for this project. here. So they've done a great job putting this together after many community outreaches. We had some response from the community to have a presentation here. So I really thank Anthony and Lydia from Carollo for putting this together. And with that, I'll let them take over the presentation.
All right. Good. Okay, great. I was just wondering if I had to share my screen or you guys were. Okay, great. Well, thank you everybody for having us. Having me. Lydia isn't able to make it, so I will be giving the presentation. And again, appreciate being given the opportunity to present on the San Luis Obispo County Desal Plan feasibility study. My name is Anthony Simo. I'm with Carollo Engineers. I'm the project engineer for this study. And with that, we will move along. So I'll just say slide if we need to progress. So what we have for the agenda today, really going to talk about the background and review of the scope of the project, go through all of the alternatives that we are considering in the study, and then talk about potential additional efforts after the feasibility study in a near term, a midterm, and a long-term perspective, and really just talk next steps. So background and scope, so go to the next slide, please. And yeah, the next one. Yeah, there we go. So backgrounds so water. We know that water is a very important topic, of course, especially on the Central Coast and in California in general. So with that, we know that water, everyone has their own perspective of identifying the future needs for water supply. And with that, identifying those future needs must be managed through many different changes in, the environment, in climate, in opportunity, in availability, as well as mandates and laws and regulations put by the state. And with that, you can see these are just some of very many considerations to make when we think about future water needs. And ultimately, we understand that we need to balance the risk of identifying these water supplies, the reliability of these supplies, and ultimately the costs. Next slide. So with that, when we focus on San Luis Obispo County, we know that the water supply within the county is very dependent on rainfall. As you can see on the left, we know that California has been in many different states of drought over the past decade plus. And on the right, you can see a figure pretty much representing the last 15 years where the state has gone from drought to normal to dry to abnormally dry back to severe drought. And this chart on the right shows that relationship with these drought conditions and the availability of water throughout the state, shown in the blue bars. So we know that with these states of drought and less rainfall, that overall our water supply decreases. Moving forward. So what do? In the past, when we find a need for a water supply, typically the next step is a very large infrastructure project. We've seen this in the California State Water Project. We're seeing this now in the Delta Conveyance Project, in Sites Reservoir. As these conditions change in the identified need for a new or additional water supply, these projects are developed, planned, participants get involved, and eventually they become implemented and operational. So you can see here, just within the county, the time frame for that entire life cycle of the project implementation is very long. We identify needs, but then to actually get things going, it takes a long time. So for this case, for the desal plan, that we're in a similar situation. So you can go to the next slide. Currently, the county's desal plan initiative is a fairly long timeline. We are only in phase 2 of a 5-phase project. And you can see from the chart below, what the county has is this 5-phase project is through 2045. So being in 2026 now, we are in the plan or the desal plan development phase. And right now, the goals of that phase are listed above to consider desalination alternatives for a resilient new water supply, progress the district's desal plan working with partners and stakeholders, and prepare a report compliant with Title 16 USBR feasibility study requirements. Now, expanding on phase two, go to the next slide, please. We have 2A and 2B. So right now, we're in 2A. So 2A really is focused on public engagement, educating the public on what we're doing. What is this plan actually trying to achieve? What is the county investigating? What are we trying to identify? Identify those alternatives, cost them, list out impacts, potential impacts, restrictions, fatal flaw, certain things. And lastly, identify a short list of projects to further pursue. Now, at the end of this phase, there's the first decision point that then progresses into phase 2B. And in that phase 2B, the goal is to see who wants to participate further. How do we want to expand, and what next steps do we want to take on this plan in general? So again, we're not in phase 2B. We're still wrapping up phase 2A. But so far from phase 2A, this is what we've done. You can go to the next slide. So what we've done in phase 2A is really the heart of phase 2A is developing the project alternatives for consideration. So what we've done is we've identified some, as Jim said, we've identified some sites. Now, I just want to define the term site. It's not a specific location. It's really just a regional area along the coast. So we're just going to call them sites. So we're identifying potential sites where a desal project could be located. And from those sites, we've developed concept alternatives. Initially, we started with 12 concept alternatives, and we screened those down to 5. Of those 5 alternatives, we've done cost estimates, we've done layouts, and really refined the project alternatives based on environmental information and restrictions that we know about and that we've overlain on the project layouts. And ultimately, we're going to proceed to comparing these alternatives. Now, again, we are not necessarily selecting an alternative, really just want to put it all on the table for the county to consider for that decision point between phase 2A and 2B. Now, with that, when I'm talking about an alternative, I'm going to go over some background information on what's included in an alternative, and from here, and we can then dive into the 5 concept alternatives. So you can go to the next slide. Oh yeah, so there's an animation. Sorry, one more. Okay, so what is ocean desalination? Now, simply put, desalination is transforming seawater or ocean water, however you want to say it, to potable drinking water through treatment. The most common treatment method for ocean desalination is reverse osmosis. So reverse osmosis is really a filter of some sort that has very, very, very small openings that pretty much removes all contaminants and salts from a liquid, from water, ultimately purifying the water and removing the salt. Now, of course, with that method, it creates a brine where the water removed and the salt removed is concentrated, and that is sent to the ocean. Now, your neighbor to the south, Santa Barbara County, in the city of Santa Barbara, has a desalination facility. And this is an example of one of their facility. And I just want to go over a few terms. So when I mention them in the alternatives, you'll be familiar. So a desalination facility typically has 5 components, or a desalination project, let's say, typically has 5 components. These components being a seawater intake, which could be, there's many different types, but it's really just the means of extracting seawater from the ocean. And then there's the treatment system, which is the reverse osmosis cartridges. And then there's a post-treatment, which is, when you use that reverse osmosis system, the water is very raw, you could say. Not raw, sorry. The water is very, very purified. There's no minerals in it. So there's a mineralization to the water, so it's not so hard, not so harsh. And so what we do then is we remineralize and stabilize the water and disinfect it. And from there, it's distributed to the potable water system. And then, as I mentioned, the reverse osmosis system creates a brine or a reverse osmosis concentrate, which is a very salty water, very salty liquid, and that's discharged back into the ocean through an ocean outfall and diffuser system. So that's the traditional method of desalination. And if you move on to the next slide, you may have heard of alternative technologies that have been considered for desalination. Now, we have investigated these. We've talked to all these companies, but these are private companies who offer alternative technologies to the traditional reverse osmosis system that I just discussed. Now, there's no fully operational system of these alternative technologies in California yet, although some are currently performing pilot studies. But essentially, all of these technologies use reverse osmosis technology. It's not on land. That reverse osmosis system is in the water. Again, none are fully operational in California, none are fully permitted. And with that, we are not able to determine operation or capital costs for them. They are included in our study as needing more research, but they are not included in the alternatives. So just wanted to make that clear in case anyone has been, is familiar with them. Interesting technology, though. So with that, we can move on to the alternatives and as we've defined desalination. So as I mentioned, we have these sites, and these sites represent areas that the alternatives could be located. The primary driver for a site is really the hydrogeology in the ocean or in the coasts, because per the California Ocean Plan, the intakes have to be underground to prevent sea life mortality. And so they're underground just like a typical well. You have the well in the ground, you have the sandy soil, and the water percolates through the soil. Very similar concept, except the wells are underground and you have seawater percolating through the soil. So we can't put these wells in rock. Now, you'll see here, for those who have been following the desalination story in the Central Coast for a long time, Diablo Canyon's not on here. Well, Diablo Canyon has very rocky reef hydrogeology on the coast, so it wasn't conducive to a subsurface intake, so it wasn't included in this study. So with that, it should be stated that this is one of the main next steps that will need to be studied by the county is, if this progresses, is identifying and confirming the hydrogeology of the coast at these sites, really to get, the details for the intake system. And next slide, please. Okay, yeah. So you can see there's the USGS post hydrogeology we've used to make our analysis. Next slide. So this was another analysis that we did in our rough screening, where the rough screening meaning going from several sites down to 5 and then taking that to our alternatives, is we pretty much did this spatial pancake layer analysis where we took all the information we could find that was public, such as conservation easements, special habitats, flood zones, coastal resources, just everything we could find, and laid it all and overlaid it upon each other. And so what we did here is we identified areas of low potential impact. So what that did was said, oh, okay, well, this site has good hydrogeology and there are some areas of low potential impact. I think this represents a good location for an alternative. because what we don't want is it to be, okay, you have your hydrogeology and then you have absolutely zero areas for a site. Then that case, we start making the decision, is this even a good spot to consider a project? So we're really trying to identify areas that are at least that are somewhat reasonable. We know that the Central Coast is extremely sensitive with environmental resources, so we want to take that into consideration. Like right now, not necessarily in the future. We want to make sure that it's considered, because if it's, way down the line, then we don't want to miss anything. So, all right. So ultimately, you can go to the next slide, please. So ultimately, we have what makes an alternative. It's a site, like a location geographically, a facility size, like a treatment facility, people or users who will use the treated water, and infrastructure necessary to move that water. So these four components make an alternative. And as we progress through the next slides, you'll see those four components. Now, as we were developing these alternatives, it's really identifying bookends. We don't want an alternative. You can make an alternative essentially serve everybody in the county, but it's just going to be more expensive. And so there's got to be bookends to what's a good, reasonable size alternative and what is not. So what we did is we looked at a size from small to large. Meaning how much are we serving? Are we serving too much or too little? We looked at geography. Do we want to serve specific regions, or do we want to, serve just one individual? And then, as you can see on the bottom, looking at local versus regional. And like I said, essentially you can make a project as big as you want. It's just going to cost more. But is that rational? No. In this case, we want a project that's permittable and realistic. So with that, let's talk about the next slide shows the alternatives that we considered. So we have these five alternatives, A through E, and specifically to the Cambria area, Cambria is included in alternatives A through C. Now you can see the partners served in the alternatives and the capacity range. So just for comparison, these alternatives range from 580 to about 7,000, about 7,800 acre feet. Could be more or less, but there is a range, and it's really dependent on the outfall. That outfall, again, that brine has to go somewhere after it's treated at the facility. And if we are using existing outfalls, then our production capacity is limited by how much water we can discharge through those existing outfalls. So that was one of our bookends that we considered. But for areas where we have a new outfall, such as the Cambria Alternative A alternative, we were limited by who could take the water. So with that, we can jump right into Alternative A. In the next slide. So Alternative A is the Cambria area local deliveries, and it just has two potential end users with Cambria CSD and San Simeon. It does require a new outfall simply because the existing outfall in the area is too small, and it's in a marine protected area. We did have conversations with the state about work in marine protected areas, and it's pretty much a no-go. So the next best solution is to be outside of it, which we've done here. Now that adds a lot of piping, but again, we're trying to avoid these environmental impacts. So you can go to the next slide, please. Alternative B is next located at the Estero Marine Terminal area. That ranges from about 900 to 1,000 acre feet. And it adds it has Cambria San Simeon as well, and adds Los Osos as an end user. The main difference, other than the location, is that to serve Cambria and Los Osos requires a significant amount of pipe up the one to serve those the two Cambria and San Simeon from the Estero Marine Terminal area. Now, one thing that I'd like to mention is that we all know that the Central Coast has extensive regional infrastructure through the Coastal Branch and the Nacimiento Pipeline and Lopez Pipeline. So we're given the opportunity to exchange supplies. So in this case, there is an option that we could serve water to Morro Bay, and Morro Bay could offset part of their state water allocation to another user. But it's just an option to consider. So you'll see that transfer or exchange statement throughout the slides. So I just wanted to state that. Alternative C, please. Or sorry, next slide, please. So alternative C is fairly larger, and that is because Morro Bay has a much larger outfall than the other two. And there's also, just based on the geographical location, there's a lot more opportunity to serve more users. So Morro Bay, this option ranges from about 6 to 7.8 or 6 to 8,000 acre feet. And again, it's in the Morro Bay area, utilizing the existing outfall. And you can see that there's a lot more exchange with this option, because if we're serving San Luis Obispo is able to exchange water through the Nacimiento pipeline, add an intertie with the Coastal Branch, and then with that, we could serve South County users using existing infrastructure. But of course, we must understand that as these alternatives grow in size, given the nature of the Central Coast, more pipeline is required the larger you get. So if you get more pipeline, that means you need, more volume, and just more added to the project makes it more expensive. So this is the last alternative. And again, this alternative still includes Cambria and San Simeon. Again, same alignment, taking the pipe along the one. And then the next slide shows alternative D. And alternative D is focused at South Slow County. This one is in the Grover Beach, Oceano area, ranges from 5 to 7 acre feet, 7,000 acre feet per year. Very similar end users as alternative C. However, this case, we're not extending that pipe to Cambria and San Simeon. They are not included in this alternative. This is focusing more on San Luis Obispo, Los Osos, and South County users. But again, we would be utilizing the city of San Luis Obispo for transfers again. And the final slide, or the next slide, please. So alternative E, again, no water to Cambria. And this is at the Napomo Mesa refinery site, the existing refinery site. So we'd be utilizing that site to eliminate environmental impacts. And again, focusing on South Slow County and utilizing the existing Lopez pipeline for deliveries. Next slide, please. So with that, we developed the costs. So we have our 5 alternatives. Now we apply cost to them. Now, at this level of project detail, there's uncertainty to the costs. We understand that these projects don't occur that much in California. Nationwide, they're still pretty infrequent. However, so we've identified that of the components in the alternative, we have some certainty of the cost. So ocean infrastructure being the subsurface intakes, outfalls, outfall retrofits, we're somewhat certain of those costs. We have some experience, but again, they're very, very specific to geography and this specific situation. Similarly, desal facilities, desal in general is, reverse osmosis, we understand that, but again, very specific to the water quality as well as the size of the system and the operation. Not very many of these facilities are in California either. And pipelines, we understand pipelines fairly confidently. A pipeline is a pipeline for the most part. However, we make a lot of assumptions and use unit costs at master plan levels. However, we're fairly confident. We have a high level of confidence in the cost for the pipes. pipe infrastructure. Next slide, please. And some assumptions on the cost estimates. What's included and what's not included is shown here. One thing I do want to point out is that for these type of projects, we are assuming soft costs as a percentage of the direct construction costs. Now, those soft costs are fairly high simply because, as we know in experience with, the Monterey project near Monterey, the Cal-Am project, the environmental costs and the permitting costs are very high. Permitting in the coastal region is difficult just with the Coastal Commission and the very sensitive nature of coastal geography. So we want to take that into consideration in our soft costs. So next slide, please. So this next slide gives us a rough idea of the costs, the preliminary costs for these project alternatives. You can see that alternative C being the most expensive, alternative A being the least expensive, simply due to size. But there is a cost certainty at planning levels. So these whiskers shown on these bar charts show, positive 100%, negative 50%, just a range of what costs could be. But in general, we have a $200 million to $600 million estimate on these projects, and that is including the capital cost. So that just gives us an idea of what we're anticipating. So next slide, please. And as I mentioned, we have potential additional efforts following the study. Near term, one of the more important aspects to consider are partner agreements and understanding moving forward who would like to be involved. Additionally, looking at potential partners that aren't included in the study, such as GSAs or other users within the region. And it's very important that we keep additional community outreach and education ongoing, simply to inform the public and make sure that we're transparent with what we're doing, and really wanting to make sure that we have all the information available for any questions the public may have. Next slide, please. Then midterm, in the next steps of the project, we start considering the actual studies of these environmental aspects. Soils and hydrology, as I mentioned, is very important. Identifying water quality for outfall and dilution conditions and modeling. Coastal risk, energy studies, treatment siting, all those things are very important to help further define these project alternatives, to help identify which are preferred and which may not be good fits. Again, also starting the permitting and CEQA process. As mentioned, permitting is very difficult in the coastal region. So really wanting to get a head start on that to make sure that, because that will be a long process, to make sure that it's completed on time. And lastly, the governance, finance, and funding studies. At this moment, governance and how this project would be operated is not known, or how it would be funded. There's a lot of options out there, but that is something that definitely needs to be investigated further. And the next slide. And then, of course, we know once all that's figured out, we have the long-term next step of design, construction, and ultimately operate. So, and of course, being the long-term, the least amount of details on this slide. So, and with the next steps for this desal plan in general, for where we are in phase 2A, we're finalizing the draft of the study, and we're going to have a public draft report available in July. And pretty much we have a meeting with CWAT next week to discuss. And then in August, we're going to have a meeting with the county board to present the study. And with that, that concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Mr. Timo, well, thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. I'm just going to, I think, start with, and I'm going to see if there's any public comment at some point, but I think I'm going to go to members of the board right now. And I noticed that Director Gray's been making a number of notes. Did you wish to make a comment at all?
Is it a comment or a question?
Either one.
I think I'm getting feedback on the microphone here a little bit. I turn it on.
President Farmer, sometimes if your mic's still on,
Yeah.
while his is on.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. It's better now. Yeah. A couple of questions I had about the Cambria alternative in this Cambria area alternative in this study. It reminds me of a little bit of the desal project that was proposed and went through the permitting process unsuccessfully back in 2006 for Cambria, where it ended up getting basically shot down by the Coastal Commission. And that had an ocean outfall, and it had a intake through the beach, through away from open water and everything. What did you learn from that, or what did we learn from that would make the outcome different this time, in your view?
That's a good question. One thing that I would consider is that in those the past studies is that the state of California has had a lot of initiative in investing in ocean desalination. And so I do think that there's the opportunity to revisit a lot of those previous investigations to see, is there a way that we can make these projects permittable and mitigate environmental hazards in order to provide resilient water supplies. The California Water Plan does identify that there is a huge investment and opportunity for desalination in the state, and that there is work in the coastal plan to help with some amendments to facilitate these projects. So I would say that it's really a change of time. Of back then, there might have been a different perspective, but now knowing with climate change and the future of our water situation, that it's something we should reconsider.
Mm-hmm. And one more question about, actually, it's quite about relative costs. I noticed in the alternatives, if we're participating both in alternative A and alternative C, the cost per acre foot is much lower in alternative C, even though it's a very large number for the cost.
Yeah.
Much lower by order of maybe 20 or so than the cost per acre foot for alternative A. Is that an argument for alternative C in the sense of spreading, both getting the benefit spread around at less cost and also having much more intake, I should say, of revenue from the various participants, since there's so many of them?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have, and we all know that with these projects, there are economies of scale. So we understand that, for example, a desal facility has a building, and that building could, creating only 500 acre foot could be the same size and cost for a building creating, or a facility creating 2,000 acre feet. So yes, that economy of scale does go into consideration. We have even considered that it could be two alternatives. It could be A and C, or A and D. And as I mentioned in that midterm next steps, that funding and governance is something that would definitely need to be investigated further to determine what how that cost share could be distributed among the end users. So yeah, that is a challenge that we've seen.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Director Gray. Any other members of the board wish to make a comment? All right, thank you, Director Thomas.
Well, you can't see the mic, can you?
No, and you can't move that, so we'll work it out.
Okay. Well, first, Anthony, I wanted to start by sharing. After I read this agenda item, went through these slides at lunch. I told my wife how much joy I received from reading through a project assessment report. I had a couple decades in project management industry, and you know the way this kind of follows the early stages. Very much textbook. So I appreciate the quality of this report. And a couple of questions. One is, should alternative A, receive further consideration? Would there be some utility to the water water reclamation plant that we have on the ground? Would some of that equipment be integrated into the project for cost savings? And separately, I did a little bit of a lookup on the Santa Barbara desalination plant. I didn't really know the history. 10,000 acre-feet per year, built in the 90s, over 30 years ago, for $34 million. And then it was in standby mode for 20 years, essentially not used. And then it cost a mind-boggling $72 million to reactivate the plant in that huge water crisis that the whole coast had 10, 12 years ago. So, maybe talk a bit about that, the fact that a facility is built at a huge cost and then mothballed when the need is not great. That lumpiness of demand and supply is a concern. So,
yeah, that's a great point. And so I want to go back to your first question about co-location. So that is a great consideration. Co-location is really the best bet, and we did consider a co-location. However, the issue with utilizing the existing water reclamation facility is that we can't use its outfall. We did ask the Department of Fish and Wildlife about it, and the issue is that it's in that marine protected area, and so pretty much any improvements to it are not allowed. And so, however, that's oceanside, but landside doesn't it's not ruled out. It's definitely a consideration, and that's why we're doing it for the Nipomo Mesa refinery. Brownfield sites are the best. So your second question about the supplies, that's a great point. That when we were identifying the demands for these alternatives, what we did is we didn't consider complete offsets of supplies. For example, it wasn't considered an offset of all of State Water or all of Nacimiento, because for that exact reason, we don't want RO facilities don't like to go on standby. You have to keep the cartridges operational for the most efficiency. So if we have a huge facility to offset a complete, failure of a supply, most of, if not all the time, hopefully, it won't be used. So it's not a reasonable size alternative to have this mega project. It's really to supplement and diversify. So that's why we said in the bookends, at a minimum, we would make a facility as a direct request of the supply. So for example, Cambria would say, we want 250 acre feet. Okay. And we could also say, how about we do 200 acre feet plus a percentage offset of your existing groundwater? So that's how we were looking at it. It's right sizing the project for a realistic expectation, making something to completely replace, these agencies have put a lot of investment in these existing supplies. It's not prudent to just mothball them and replace them. Let's add to them. Let's diversify them. That's the goal for resiliency.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Director Thomas. So before I go and, so Vice President Dean, are you wanting to make any comments?
Yes,
Last
I've had my
mentioned?
hand up. I've had my hand up for a few minutes.
It's
Um,
hard for me to tell that, so thank you.
It's okay. I know it's just a little tiny thing in the upper corner. Would you rather I just speak than put my hand up?
No, we're good. We'll work it out. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Anthony for his excellent presentation. I have been following this on the RAC meetings for quite some time, for at least a year or more, and seeing the progress of this. I have a couple of questions when you're talking about trying to avoid marine protected areas. Now, you're looking at avoiding the Cambria State Marine Conservation Area, but the marine sanctuaries go beyond that.
Correct.
So are you trying to avoid the rest of the marine sanctuary areas as well, or only the Cambria State Marine Conservation Area?
Yes, yes, we are definitely trying to avoid the other marine sanctuaries and areas as much as possible. However, the marine sanctuaries don't have as strict, in our understanding, don't have as strict limitations as marine protected areas. So we understand that to do any type of development in marine protected area would require a change of California legislation. However, for the marine sanctuaries, there's a little bit more, there's a little bit different. Same with like the Chumash National Marine Sanctuary in South Slow County. Being new, we were told that it's pretty much it's possible to do development. However, again, it's still very restricted. We just have to, it's not as restrictive as an MPA.
Okay, and then you mentioned water exchanges when you talked about alternative C.
Yeah.
Sending state water our way, but that would involve a real expensive pipeline, a lot of land acquisition, and a lot of right of way from Caltrans. So that will significantly increase the cost per acre foot for Cambria and San Simeon, correct?
Correct. Yeah. And so at this moment, we don't have like a cost share of infrastructure for each agency within the alternatives. That would be part of a funding and financing study because those are a little bit more detailed. However, we did look at alternative routes to not going along Caltrans and going along the back roads to get to Cambria. They're just longer and understood that a project of that significance would require very significant right-of-way acquisition and permitting efforts with Caltrans. Yes.
Yeah, and crossing quite a bit of ranch land too, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're still accepting community input, I believe, and I think the CCSD has a link on the website in order for our community members to give input on this project.
Correct. I'm pretty sure the county just sent out an email to those who have signed up to the newsletter yesterday about please complete our survey.
Yes,
but all the information. Okay, great. Yeah, I got it too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Vice President Dean. Seeing no other board members with their lights on, I'd like to pose a couple of questions or concerns. I guess my first one would be the harm that ultimately gets done to the environment with the ocean outfall. Hopefully there would be some new technologies that would limit this taking place, but considering the harm that's, especially with regard to the oceans heating up, I'm a little ambivalent about anything that we as mankind continues to do to harm Mother Earth. Also, I would like to ask about, are we anticipating a major increase in population in this area? Let me say this. When I moved here to the county in '79, there were 95,000 people. Now there's over 250,000. So are we anticipating a dramatic increase in population to the point where we would need a process like this?
Those are good questions. So I'll start with the outfall one. For the ocean outfall, Coastal Commission has very strict requirements. And so the way the outfalls work is that it's most preferred that an ocean outfall is shared with a non-saline uh, or commingled, they call it, source, such as treated wastewater. So, for example, using Morro Bay's wastewater outfall, they have their existing water resource center that's treating wastewater and sending it to the outfall. The goal would be to commingle the brine to decrease the salt concentration of that brine. So when it goes into the ocean, it's actually less than the reverse osmosis concentrate. When that can't be done, there has to be specific measures taken on the outfall using what's called a diffuser, and that diffuser helps spread that reverse osmosis concentrate from a point, pretty much spread it out so it can be properly distributed and diffuse into the ocean water, and really preventing that any type of harm to the ocean environment. So that definitely has to be taken into consideration for permitting. Ocean outfall installation is extremely strict. Furthermore, regarding the population growth, we have also had some involvement in this county's master water report. And from the information that we've seen, there is not a huge increase in water use. For a big increase in population, I'm not really certain on, but a large increase in water use, we're not seeing. Just in the and so since we didn't see a large increase in water demand for the future, we didn't consider water demand for like an increase in need for one of the alternatives. It was more an offset of existing supplies to make sure that they are resilient. The state of California has seen a reduced rainfall, reduced allocations in state water. And so with that, we want to make sure that these existing supplies have a resilient, offset to help that reduction in rainfall, the reduction in availability in the future.
All right. Well, I appreciate the fact that you brought up the very likely, how could we say it, drought conditions becoming more prevalent as we move forward and the climate changes and the crisis continues. So I can understand why you would say this would be a reasonable alternative to providing a source of water. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask, we have a few folks here in the audience, thank you. Would anybody like to come up to the microphone there and ask any questions of Mr. Timo? Yes, Ted, come right up.
Yeah, obviously, coastal desal is.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Ted. Please identify yourself and where you live.
Ted Sigler, and I live on Ogden Drive in Cambria.
Thank you.
Ocean desal is problematic in a lot of ways. And one of the technologies that seems to be at least gaining some traction is wastewater reuse for potable purposes. That might also track better with population areas than trying to do something, for instance, alternative A, which is a very sparse population along the coast, where we wouldn't be offsetting very much in terms of the way people use water. There's also the problem of demand for agricultural water, which is probably the reason that the study doesn't anticipate a lot of growth in demand for water within the county. And so I'm kind of wondering how those things were addressed in the project planning, because it seems like this is locked in on doing something at the coast where there are some severe ecological issues that need to be dealt with.
Thank you
Mr.
for.
Siegler.
Oh, sorry.
Go
Go
right
ahead.
ahead.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. Thank you for those questions. First, looking at the potable reuse question. So, since this is a United States Bureau of Reclamation Title 16 report, we do have to take that into consideration. We understand that a lot of projects already within the county, or a lot of end users within the county, do have recycled water potable reuse projects, such as Morro Bay and Paso Robles and San Luis Obispo, um, and Cambria. So one of the things that we take into consideration, and that goes back to the reasonable supply or reasonable volume that these alternatives would produce. We did ask all of the end users what would be a supply you'd be willing to, or you would entertain or just hypothetically take from a desal project. And in addition, we also consider that their full water supply portfolio. So that's why we offset existing supplies. So, for example, offsetting existing state water, offsetting existing surface water, only because we know that those supplies have a great chance of being reduced in the future. Furthermore, excuse me, recycled water, potable reuse, it is dependent on wastewater. So if you have severe drought conditions, you're ultimately producing less wastewater with less water use. Therefore, with less wastewater production, results in less recycled water production. So the goal of desal is really to provide that drought-proof water source that can source from the ocean. So yes, recycled water is great, and there's a lot of really great uses for it. But for this case, we wanted to explore another supply option simply because this region has the benefit of having the ocean accessible, and not a lot of regions do. So it's just prudent to investigate desal as well. As for ag, we do consider ag a little bit in the larger alternatives, not a lot, simply because this water will be expensive. We know that desalination is an expensive source of water, and the agricultural industry is not interested in using that, of course. However, we have included the over extraction volumes of some groundwater basins in the area. However, we're not identifying whether that over extraction is specifically ag or potable or domestic. So we're just identifying it as offsetting a portion of over extraction to help supplement those groundwater basins. But ultimately, ag wasn't directly considered because it would be an unrealistic water supply to an ag user.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for that rather thorough response to Mr. Siegler. So not seeing anyone else in the audience or any board member wanting to make a comment. General Manager McElhaney, do you wish to make a remark at all? Or Mr. Green?
I think I would just encourage everyone to take the feasibility community survey here and have all the community's input on that. There's a link to the slowcounty.ca.gov portal, which has this all on there. And that survey is open till July 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Timo, thank you so much. And oh, by the way, where are you joining us from geographically?
I'm in Fresno, but go to the coast a lot. My family lives over there. I have some family over there.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks so much for your time, and have a pleasant rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Bye-bye. All right, let's move on to, how could we say it, another anticipated item on today's agenda, item 5B. And
President Farmer.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Director Thomas.
Apologies, but I just wanted to ask, given that we're 90 minutes into the meeting and this might be substantial, is there a possibility of a very, very brief 5-minute break?
Sure. We'll return at 11:32. back. Thank you. So let's move on to item 5B and General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 5B, discussion regarding the updated Fiscalini Ranch Public Access and Resource Management Plan. There's no fiscal impact at this time. As the board knows, the CCSD owns the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, and over the years, questions have been periodically arisen regarding the scope of maintenance responsibilities, roles of staff, volunteers, contractors, and the prioritization of tasks to the preserve's upkeep, as well as some of our fiscal constraints as a district. On August 14th, 2025, the Board of Directors appointed President Scott, at the time President Scott, and now Vice President Dean, to serve on the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve Maintenance Responsibility Ad Hoc Committee to work with staff and stakeholders to recommend a clear scope of maintenance responsibilities for the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, and taking a look at the ranch management plan and updating it, considering it's 20 plus years old. And so staff has been working with the ad hoc for approximately the last 8 months, working with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, and have produced the document before you. The ad hoc committee and the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve have come to an agreement and received concurrence, as well as concurrence from the State Coastal Conservancy. And so this is the first of 2 public meetings in which the board will be able to review and discuss this updated plan, as well as take in public input. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. So first off, I think I'd like to call on the 2 members of the ad hoc committee to make a comment or 2 if they'd like. So first, Director Scott.
Thank you, President Farmer. What I would like to say is that when we started this process, the relationship between FFRP and CCSD was not always positive. And so part of our goal during this process was to create a much better relationship. And I believe that that did happen. And we are very thankful that we were given the opportunity, and that the president and the executive director of FFRP joined in this process, and we now have a much greater understanding of the needs and the possibilities that are there for both CCSD and for FFRP. So I'd like to thank them for that. It was really a pleasure working with Vice President Dean. She and I have a different way of approaching things. She's really good with research, and just I really appreciated working with her. So thank you for this opportunity to bring this before the board, and I'm hoping that we can do this first measure of not improvement, but to approval, but to be able to come back in July and accept the document that you have in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Scott. Vice President Dean, did you wish to comment?
Yes, and I want to thank Deborah Scott for her compliments, but I want to compliment her too on how very well she led our ad hoc meetings, and her diplomacy and her ability to help us all get a very good cooperative relationship with FFRP, with Diane Anderson and with Kitty Connolly. And it was a long process, and a lot of back and forth, and a lot of agreements and disagreements on what needs to be said. But in the end, we came up with something that together that everyone was in agreement with, and the Fiscalini Ranch Board voted unanimously for concurrence on this document, and so did the Coastal Conservancy. So as well as what Director Scott said, I'm hoping that this will lead to an approval in July. And I want to thank everybody that was involved, because it wasn't just the ad hoc committee, it was members of staff too. And Ms. Dotson put a lot of time in working in all of the changes that we needed, as well as General Manager McElhaney, and there were attorneys involved on both sides that looked at everything that we were doing. So I appreciate everybody's help on this. Thank you, and I am looking forward to July and hoping that we can achieve approval and adoption of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Dean. Do any other members of the board wish to comment right now? Yes, Director Thomas.
Yeah, President Farmer, I have a fairly lengthy set of comments. So you may judge whether you want to entertain public comment first. But just in general, I want to say I really appreciate the work that the ad hoc committee has done. They've done an excellent job at accomplishing the primary objective of the ad hoc committee in addressing clarifying the respective roles of the CCSD and the FFRP, where those roles were lacked clarity before. That has really been tightened up. I also want to say, it's also worth keeping in mind that this plan serves as a guiding document for literally hundreds of volunteers who dedicate their time in restoration and preservation efforts on the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. So I just wanted to state the obvious. This is the first amendment in 23 years. There's been a lot of talk about doing an amendment. So the volunteers, the community are counting on us to get it right. As you probably know, I've been using this plan as a guiding document for my work over the last 7 years in my volunteer efforts, leading the invasive plant removal efforts and the volunteers. So as a result, there are probably few people in Cambria who know the ranch and this plan better than I do. So as I look through this, there are a few errors that have been introduced in this amendment, some of which are significant. And to me, it's imperative that we take another pass at updating this very important document. So just that's sort of my general comments. The rest, I've got a list of errors and areas that could be improved. So would you like to get public comment first before I go into that lengthy list?
Yes, we'll take public comment, but let me ask you, do we feel, is there a need to hear your list, or is this something that you could pass on to the ad hoc committee for further discussion?
Well, I would be delighted to provide these, in writing if there's commitment to incorporating the revisions. If there's a sense that what the ad hoc committee wants to do is get this done and approved at the next meeting, as is, then to me that would be a problem. But if there's commitment to the ad hoc committee to incorporating the corrections, I think that would be a much more efficient way to handle it, and I'd be delighted to work in that regard.
Right. Well, I think we all appreciate Director Thomas, how thoughtful you've been as a director and how you often bring up particular items that many of us don't even notice. The idea of redoing this document, though, seems quite problematic to say the least. But so before we go on, and obviously we'll let you make your comments, further comments. I'd like to call on folks that wish to make public comment. And so first off, Mr. Loganville, Tom Loganville, who happens to be the vice chair of the board of directors of FFRP. Tom, if you would come up to the microphone, please. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for that. Yes, I'm Thomas Loganville. I am a member of the Fiscalina Ranch Board as the vice chair. The chair, Diane Anderson, and our executive director, Kitty Connolly, are out traveling, so they were unable to attend, but they would have loved to be here and make the statement. With them gone, as you have me, our board, CCSD, have all met with the ad hoc input, and we had a recent monthly board meeting, and as it's already been mentioned by Director Scott, that we had voted on and unanimously approved the changes that were made. So we're just making the statement and confirming what already has been said. Just one thing here is, well, a number of provisions have been revised during this process. The core responsibilities, the obligations, and the authorities established for both CCSD and FFRP in the original management plan, which was, as Michael has mentioned, it's more than 23 years ago, remains unchanged. So do the terms of the conservation easement, which is what FFRP supports. Our board reviewed those. It was May 26, reviewed the management plan with the revisions. We were satisfied with the revisions, and that had been incorporated in the voted, and we've all voted unanimously for that to concur the plan. FFRP's written concurrence was submitted to General Manager McElhaney on May 26th. And at this position, we look forward to continuing our work together on behalf of the ranch. That's my written statement. We're interested in Director Thomas's comments of corrections and revisions. So I hope that we can address those and make this final as soon as we can. That's all I have.
Tom, thank you very much. Oops. And while we're at it, I see that Mr. Siegler wishes to speak again. So Ted, why don't you come up to the microphone?
And Ted Siegler, Cambria resident. And I've enjoyed the ranch since 2000. In the past, I have been a member of the FFRP board, and I've also been on the finance committee for the CCSD. But this is all speaking for myself because I'm not involved with either of those at this point. I personally don't think the updated plan is ready for adoption. And there's some things, without getting into, I'm sure, what Mr. Thomas is talking about, there are some things in the preambles that just rub me the wrong way. First, references to water and wastewater are completely irrelevant. They're not funded by the general fund. The costs and activities just don't have any bearing on the ranch. CCSD's discussion of shifting priorities is also somewhat irrelevant because there is an agreement about what CCSD is supposed to do. Conceptually, I think the roles are pretty simple. The rights of the grantee, which is FFRP, are to monitor preservation, preserve conservation values, and prevent inconsistent uses. This is what FFRP's first and foremost and most important obligations are. The obligations of grantor, which are CCSD, are crystallized in paragraph 9. Grantor retains all responsibility and all shall bear all costs and liabilities of any kind related to ownership, operation, upkeep, and maintenance of the property. And I don't see anything in the agreement that suggests that's optional. As contemplated by the conservation easement, both parties have perpetual obligations, and perpetuity is a long time. Now, more than 25 years since the ranch was purchased as open space, the reality of a long time is coming clearer. I understand CCSD has difficulties managing a portfolio that they've grown faster than the general fund supports. And I also understand FFRP's financial resources may seem like an attractive opportunity to deal with shortfalls. But getting back to perpetuity, CCSD does have a perpetual source of income, which is property taxes. FFRP does not. FFRP depends on income from investments and voluntary contributions to sustain itself. In closing, I will point out that over the years, volunteers have dedicated tens of thousands of hours to maintain and improve the ranch. And FFRP as an organization has contributed well over $1 million to that same end. I believe CCSD can probably count on continued support, but I'd suggest that the district not take that support for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siegler. All right, well, did you wish to continue in a similar vein, Mr. Director Thomas?
Yeah, I guess this is entirely up to the board. If we hear basically direction to staff that we will entertain a round of revisions and then bring it back, then I don't need to drag everyone through the through the knothole of listening to me read all these comments.
Well, let me ask you, how long do you think it would take you to read your comments? I'm going to imagine the other board members would like to know. Obviously, we could find it out at a later point, but I think making it public right now might be helpful to members and the people in the audience and anyone that might be watching this meeting now or in the near future.
Okay, great. Yeah, roughly, I haven't timed it, but there's roughly 10 pages.
10 pages?
Mr. President, the vice president's had her hand up to try to speak for quite a while now.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's difficult for me to tell. So I'm sorry about that. Vice President Dean, go right ahead.
I think rather than have Director Thomas read all of this, have him give that list to the ad hoc committee. And if Director Scott is in agreement with me, I would like to take it back to the ad hoc committee, including Ms. Anderson and Ms. Connolly, because we need to have concurrence on whatever we are considering changing. It's not just strictly up to us, I don't think, to implement everything someone wants to put in there without discussing it together with the FFRP part of the ad hoc committee. So that is my opinion. I'd like to take all public comment into consideration. I'd like to take into consideration anything any of the directors have to say about this, but I think it needs to be discussed at the ad hoc committee. And whatever FFRP and the Coastal Conservancy agrees with the CCSD, I think that's the changes that could be considered. I don't think we have to start this all over again, depending on how extreme these requests for changes are. I do think it needs to go back to the ad hoc committee. But I'll take Director Scott's opinion since she's the other half of the board ad hoc.
Director Scott, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure that you understand, because considering and stating that the recommended changes would that there's a promise that they would be added, that will not happen. The bottom line is consideration, yes, definitely consideration. But as far as promising that they would be included, that's not something that we can do at this point.
Well, of course, yeah. I'm just, kind of echoing what Ted Seidler had to say. It's not ready for adoption as worded. So leave it to you, President Farmer. But I'm happy to send these comments in writing to I would assume to Director Scott to be discussed with the ad hoc committee.
Well, I do want to ask one other question, though, and this is probably for Mr. Carmel. If there are changes made to this document prior to the next board meeting, would we then need to do another board meeting to be able to approve it? Because that would have to be 2 meetings. That would be my question.
Yes, I think that would be the appropriate sequence.
Mm-hmm.
And there it would be easy enough if there's the appetite to bring it to prose, then you could do it relatively swiftly with a discussion at prose and then a discussion at the board.
Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, just a brief comment, and I'm seconding what Director Scott and Vice President Dean are driving at. The fact that there really are 3 parties to this agreement. There's CCSD, there's FFRP represented by its board of directors, and there's the Conservancy. The Conservancy and a unanimous board, FFRP board, have approved this revision, these drafts. So, and it took, I know because I was in the beginning of this process, I think in 2024, it's taken a long time to get to that point. And to reopen anything really substantial in terms of changes other than just, grammatical errors and things like that, I think we're and I'm going to ask General Manager McElhaney about the timetable, the likely timetable for that. I think we'd be reopening a process that's already been, I think, successfully brought to a conclusion. And I'll just, the basic point that Mr. Siegler raised, and I think others might have raised about the finance situation, is that, I think that's been kind of, the FFRP board is comfortable. It's been dealt with. In other words, the FFRP board is comfortable with taking on their side of that obligation, and that's I really appreciate that they've come to that understanding about money in the future, and I don't see any new argument to make on that issue that's not already been made and has been settled at the FFRP level. So I would caution the IDHAC committee against, and I think there's an inclination to be cautious against reopening anything really substantial on this issue.
I would have to say I totally concur with what you just said, Director Gray, and thank you so much. So, Director Thomas, obviously you'll be handing over your long list, let's say, of concerns that you have to the ad hoc committee. Unfortunately, it appears as Mr. Siegler, are you still here? Okay, I couldn't see you, but if you wouldn't mind perhaps sending an email to the district with your comments, so they can also be sent to the ad hoc committee. Is that possible? All right, thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much, Director Scott. Ms. Dotson, do you have any comments from the Zoom world?
Yes, Crosby and Laura Swartz.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, President Farmer, members of the board, and members of the staff. As a member of the public at this public hearing, I would like to hear I'd like to hear Michael's comments, or have them at least published in the minutes or something like that, so we know what his comments were. I mean, I understand nobody has an appetite for making major changes, but we still need to hear what Director Thomas is saying, most preferably at the public hearing, which is where we are right now. So however you want to do it, we want to hear what Director Thomas has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swartz. Well, I'm kind of in agreement with you. I guess my ambivalence about this issue is that Director Thomas said 10 pages of comments. I don't know how long that would take, but that would be my concern. So let me just ask you, Director Thomas, how long do you think it would take for you to read 10 pages of comments?
I would estimate 30 minutes. That's a swag.
Well, I guess since I'm board president, I can make the decision that I think probably what's best is that we, as quickly as possible, we meaning the district, post your comments on our website so members of the public can see them. But I don't know how I feel about taking a half hour to hear your comments right now. How do other members of the board feel? And that includes also obviously Vice President Dean and Mr. Carmel. Do you have any thoughts on this at all?
Mr. President, I think your solution was the most expedient way to do this. Post it and allow the public to have an opportunity at their own pace to review what appears to be a voluminous amount of changes.
Thank you very much. All right. So are you, I guess you're okay with that, Director Thomas?
President Farmer, this leadership is an example of the wisdom you bring to the board. So I appreciate that, and I think that is presiding in excellence. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you. So moving on, do we have any other comments online, by the way, on Zoom?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dotson. So I think it appears, yes, Director Gray, did you wish to say something?
I was going to say there's no vote at this point.
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
No. So let's very quickly, if no one minds, move on to item 5C, because that just ties in with this, and then I believe we'll take a lunch break. So General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item, please?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 5C, discussion and consideration to appoint an ad hoc committee to work with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch on budgeting based on the Fiscalini Ranch Public Access and Resource Management Plan. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. I can turn it over to Director Scott, but there's been a request by the FFRP to keep the ad hoc going with a different scope that focuses on budgeting and how these two different agencies between the CCSD and the Fiscalini Ranch and some of the funding that they do have dedicated towards upkeep of the ranch and how we can work collaboratively on our budgeting and their budgeting moving forward. So with that, I'll turn over to Director Scott.
Director Scott, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, President Farmer. That's exactly right. This really came at the request of FFRP, and both Vice President Dean and I thought it was a great idea. And what I would see coming out of this is possibly a very clear policy that would then come before this board. So thank you. I appreciate if you're willing to let us continue to work, that would be great.
That was going to be my suggestion, that the two of you just continue as the ad hoc committee. Vice President Dean, did you wish to make a comment?
Yes, I agree with what Director Scott said. And I think we need to continue on apparently with the tasks that we've been doing so we can review Director Thomas's changes and whatever public input changes were being requested, as well as working on the budgeting. And it's been a pleasure working with both FFRP and with, of course, Director Scott. So yes, I'm very much in favor of this ad hoc committee continuing with what we've been doing and adding in the budgeting process.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Dean. We do have another member of the community that wishes to make a comment on this item. So, Mr. Siegler, did you wish to speak? Come up to the microphone there and speak again, please.
Yeah, Ted Siegler again, and I'll be very brief. This really just gets to the relationship between CCSD and FFRP. FFRP is really under no obligation to do pretty much anything with respect to putting budgets together. And again, I'm speaking for myself, that reflect CCSD priorities. So I would suggest that if there is a committee, and it sounds like there will be, appointed, that the work of that committee be polite and in the form of requests as opposed to demands. That'd be my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Siegler. Well, it's a few minutes past noon. I have a feeling the discussion on item 5D might be slightly problematic. So,
motion?
Okay, so who would like to make a motion?
I can make a motion if you want. I move that.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
This is on the ad hoc
Thank
committee,
you.
right?
On the ad hoc committee, right. Thank you, Director Scott, and former presidents Scott and Gray for reminding me of what I needed to do. Thank you.
Yeah, I would move that the board appoint an ad hoc committee to work with the Friends of the Fiscal Ranch on budgeting based on the Fiscal Ranch Public Access and Resource Management Plan, and that the committee consist of Vice President Dean and Director Scott.
I'll second the motion.
Cool. Ms. Dotson, a roll call, please.
May I make a friendly amendment?
Oh, okay. Thank you for making it friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. As Mr. Siegler indicated, the words I heard were form an. I would simply amend that to continue the ad hoc committee for this additional scope.
Is that necessary? I don't know. Dr. Yep. Mr. Carmel, is it, I mean, I think in some ways it's cleaner in terms of the new task. There's a new task involved and new objectives, essentially, new deliverables. I'd like the word form or appoint. Maybe appoint is, I would accept the term appoint, which is in the actual subject description. But I don't think we want to get into this business of a continuing ad hoc committees when the to kind of be all-purpose committees on a broad subject. They're supposed to be oriented toward a particular task and objective. So keep it. I'd use the word appoint if that's okay with Vice President Dean.
Well, I think we're going to continue the ad hoc committee with their current work because of the changes that Director Thomas is asking for, but we're going to expand the ad hoc committee's responsibilities to work with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch on budgeting. And I would like to remind everybody, it is the Fiscalini Ranch that asked for us to do this budgeting work with them.
So maybe the best wording may be to update the responsibilities of the current Fiscalini Ranch ad hoc committee to include, and I'll say it again here, to include working with, working with Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch on budgeting based on the Fiscalini Ranch Public Access and Resource Management Plan. So in other words, to update the responsibilities of the current Fiscalini Ranch funding ad hoc committee to do that.
I would,
Is that concur?
I would agree. I would agree
Okay.
with that.
Okay, that's what we have then. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gray and Vice President Dean. So let's try this again. Roll call, please, Ms. Dotson.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Vice President Dean.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. Thanks to everyone for the discussion on this item, by the way.
Mr. President, I'd like
yes.
to make a statement real quickly, if that's okay.
Of course, it's okay.
Okay. You know what, one of the things that I said when we first started the discussion of this agenda item was the fact that the relationship between FFRP and CCSD was not necessarily a good one. What has come out of this ad hoc committee is that that relationship has very much blossomed to one where we can work very diligently together. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows that any ad hoc where Vice President Dean and I are working in, every single interaction is kind and looking at what is good for both entities. I am so really pleased with how we have been able to work together on this. And so there is no need for a recommendation for us to do this in a really good, beneficial way, because it already is happening. So thank you.
And I agree with everything Director Scott just said. We have the relationship between the CCSD and FFRP has improved so much during this period of time we've been working together, and everyone has been very kind and thoughtful and considerate of each other's opinions and have managed to come to an agreement on pretty much everything. So thank you.
Thank you both, by the way, and that includes staff being involved as well. And it's rather encouraging to hear both of you say this, considering that I think there was like a slight downtone in this particular item. And it's glad to know that, I think all of us are now feeling very encouraged about moving forward with this item. So did you wish to say anything further, Director Scott?
Yes, one more thing. We would not have been able to do this without the staff's help. They have been really instrumental in creating this document and very responsive to the suggestions that not only the ad hoc have made, but also FFRP and the Conservancy. We included all of that information in this document. So thank you to both our general manager and to Ms. Dotson.
Again, I echo Director Scott's comments, and there's been a tremendous amount of work put in this by our staff, and it's very much appreciated. And Ms. Dotson, you've done a wonderful job of all the edits that were requested from both sides. So thank you so much.
So before we lose sight, thank you, Vice President Dean and Director Scott. Before we lose sight of what we're talking about this expression of the beauty of nature and Mother Earth, because we tend to get lost in the weeds, so to speak, with regard to cost and everything. But we are so humbled and honored to have somehow saved this land in perpetuity for folks to enjoy, to nourish their soul and spirit, and to just be blessed with having the Fiscalini Ranch here in Cambria. So with that thought, it's 12 minutes after 12, so we will return from lunch break at 12:50. Is everybody okay with that? Yep. Thank you. Are we ready to go? Thank you. Just want to check in. Vice President Dean, are you available?
I'm here.
Thank you. How was your lunch?
Very, very, very light.
I should have known the answer to that question. My apologies. All right. Well, getting back to business. And by the way, Ms. Dotson, maybe this is not the time to ask this. I probably should have asked as we were winding down prior to lunch, who has been and is out there watching us in Zoom?
Barbara Bronson Gray, Elizabeth B., Gordon Heinrichs, Michael Miller, Rochelle Benjamin, and a resident.
And resident? Oh, cool. It's like getting something in the mail that says occupant. All right, thank you. All right, let's move on now with item 5D, which is carried over from last month, and General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 5D, review and discussion of a will serve letter for existing water commitment APN 023-131-014. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. The board adopted resolution 35-2021 on September 9th, 2021, for which the purposes of transparency requires all will servers letters for new projects on the existing commitment list, which includes the existing commitment for this APN, to be brought before the board for review and discussion on the status of the project and any legal requirements involved. The construction plan calls for a 2,580 square foot, 3-bedroom, 3 full bath, 2 half bath, single family residence with an attached 560 square foot garage to be built on the property. And again, we would have it be constructed according to the CCSD's water efficiency standards for new construction and meet all the other requirements for the will serve letter and current CCSD ordinances. On December 28th, 2005, the CCSD entered into an agreement with Dirk Winters, then the owner of both APNs 013-151-035 and 023-131-014, where the district agreed to transfer 1 EDU from APN 013-151-035 to that APN 023-131-014 for the intended purpose of constructing a single family residence. The agreement required retirement of 2 parcels that were later deeded to the CCSD by the Land Conservancy. It also required Mr. Dirk Winters to fund $110,000 of that escrow closing of that property. Although the transfer of residential commitments from a parcel with combined uses, residential and commercial, is typically not allowed under our Muni Code. The ordinance in 2005 that was adopted granted the general manager the authority to process such transfers, and the goal was to reduce current and/or future water demand, provide affordable housing opportunities, permanently retire lots for development, and/or provide for open space. Staff has done their best in terms of doing the research on this 20-plus-year-old transfer. I will say it's been very difficult because records are incomplete. Some of the systems that we had back then, we don't have access to now. We went through hard files, so the documentation we have in front of you is what we could find. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Carmel, who might be able to fill us in on a little more details.
I don't know that there's much more than I can add. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Based on what we know, the agreement's been fully performed except this last step, issuing the intent to serve letter. Again, the consideration was, there were several components, but I think the manager just covered them. Again, be glad to answer any questions if anything comes up. There's a couple of strange issues here, but again, that's because it's a 21-year-old transaction. And this was at the infancy of our process of really EDU and meter transference as a commodity. And it was 3 years after the code was drafted to allow those provisions. So there were some bumps in a lot of transactions. I don't see a lot of bumps in this transaction. There are a couple of things we're not clear about, but it seems as though it's been fully performed. And again, this is the last step in the process. I mean, it's worth noting also that it's an active meter that's been paying bi-monthly payments for 21 years, in addition to the purchaser of that lot paying a fair amount of money for it in reliance on this agreement. So again, I'd gladly answer questions, but I don't have much to add. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. So comments from the board at all? I just want to make one comment, and then I'm going to go to public comment. I think there's a misunderstanding that's been voiced out there in the community that perhaps Mr. Dirk Winter is still involved in this entire process with this particular property, and I just want to clarify that that is not the case. And with that comment, Ms. Heinrichs, you wish to speak on this item?
Thank you. First, let me commend Christina Galloway on her excellent written comments. I support her recommendations on how the board should succeed in evaluating the existing commitments list, and that the board should take note of changing conditions over the intervening years. The board well knows Cambria's water situation, and that adding new construction that will increase water use only adds to Cambria's chronic water shortage. The Coastal Commission has found many times that Cambria lacks adequate water, even for existing users. Adding more users stresses Cambria's water supplies for all. You know that you need to deny this application for new construction. In the event of litigation, the district is likely to prevail, since the district has much documentation of its water shortage and has made more than reasonable efforts to increase new supply. Cambria spent millions on the EWS, SWF, WRF, which will not produce water for new connections, and recent evaluations of the cost of disposal of its brine waste make operation prohibitive. Please explain to the applicant that Cambria does not have adequate water and is unable to approve new construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom that wishes to speak on this item?
Yes, iPhone 23.
iPhone 23, go right ahead.
Hi, Christina Galloway from Cambria. As Christine mentioned, I submitted written comment yesterday, so I'll keep this brief. I'm concerned that the staff report needs to be corrected before you guys rely on it. It doesn't accurately address the board's own action in 2005. And the statements that council is making, that these conditions have been satisfied and the only person not upholding their end of this bargain is you guys, is based in nothing that I see documented anywhere. So you don't have evidence that the EDU transfers were actually transferred. You don't have evidence that the lot merger, which was required to happen within 30 days, was actually merged. I don't see anything on this record that supports that. And additionally, if the district's going to say that it's legally compelled to honor this transfer, then the record should actually show that the transfer was properly authorized, which it was not. I know we talk about the ordinance giving the general manager permission to execute on these transfers, but that was with, what is not being mentioned is that was with board approval. How that didn't make it into the document, I don't know, but it made it into Title 8. It made it into the meeting minutes where the board specified this. So you need to clearly identify the conditions that this was transferred under and clearly identify the conditions that people have been compliant with their end of the bargain. It's factually incorrect to state that everybody has met their commitments on this besides the district. Additionally, the district's own approval documents of this transfer reserve future authority, let's see, and stated that future service remains subject to district rules, regulations, resource availability, and possible revocation. So that's difficult to reconcile with the claim that council is making that the district has no meaningful discretion and must issue the will serve letter or face potential legal exposure. Additionally concerning is that these keep getting kicked down the road to the Coastal Commission, who you all will go before to get the WRF approved. And I don't understand. It feels like pinching pennies and stepping over dollars to be, oh, let's issue this will serve over here so we don't get sued here, when the Coastal Commission is going to look at the district in its entirety and the WRF application and say, oh, wow, these people are over here operating willy-nilly with these, sure, decades old transfers, but you guys are giving effect to them today when resource availability has changed and the conditions have changed, and you have no evidence that the other parties have owned up to their end of the bargain. So I don't know. I just think proceeding because someone might sue is not a substitute for due diligence. And however the board acts today, I think that proposed amendments to Title VIII should be required and staff should be directed to look into that with council. And yeah, that's my 2 cents. I'm extremely disappointed about this. And I'm surprised that the board has comments about grammatical errors in staff reports. And the staff report is misleading and riddled with inaccuracies, and nobody has anything to say about it. So extremely concerned, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Let me just say that I think, maybe just speaking for myself, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Ms. Galloway and the way she handles the NCAC meetings and just her overall way that she approaches issues with a tremendous amount of forethought and intelligence. So I appreciate, and I think we all appreciate what she just said, but once again, we kind of have to go with what legal counsel has advised us to do. So let me, Mr. Carmel, I'm reluctant to ask you this, but do you in any way wish to respond to some of the comments that Ms. Galloway just made?
I'd be glad to respond to some of them. I don't have information on. Her first and I respect the fact that Ms. Galloway does a fantastic job of dissecting these transactions at a level staff frankly doesn't have the time to do or to do as well as she does. So I'm in no way impugning her ability to intelligently and valuably look at these transactions. The lot merger that she said never happened, those lots are merged. We verified that with FATCO. A technical merger wasn't necessary because they're already one legal lot, and she can verify that if she'd like. Her statement that the board approval was required is contradicted by something in your packet. That's Ordinance 4/2005. I don't understand where this came from or what the sequence was with regard to this, but all I know is that in May of that year, they adopted a provision that says, I'll read it, notwithstanding any other provision of this code, the general manager may enter into contracts to transfer existing water commitments, including commercial commitments, residential commitments on commercial property to reduce current water demand, provide affordable housing, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't require board approval. And I want to make that clear. The code does now, but this ordinance authorized the general manager to do this transaction. I don't know whether it was contemplated to execute this specific transaction, but it sure does look like it based on the timing. This was done in May. That was done in, I believe, October or November. So I think that was the sequence. So that's two issues I disagree with her on. I think there was another comment regarding the EDU transfers. I'm not sure exactly what she's talking about. I think there was in a staff report from back then, although I don't have it, a discussion regarding 4 commercial EDUs that were going to be retired. I don't know if, because there was a closed session before this, I don't know if in closed session, the board eliminated that criteria or that condition, because it didn't appear in the agreement, and it's not in the agreement. So again, it's hard to piece this stuff together. I think the manager was very accurate in saying this was so early in this commodity process that it wasn't refined, records weren't kept neatly, and it's tough to go back there for staff and find the answers to a lot of these questions. But with regard to those three issues, I simply disagree with her. And I may be wrong, but based on the evidence I'm looking at, they're wrong. And there may be other ones that are correct. I think in the big picture, what I'm trying to say is there's a significant exposure to litigation that in all likelihood will lose, regardless of the fact we may have a provision that says if we don't have enough water, we don't have to serve. That's in and of itself a very different issue that I think if you ask staff would be answered in the affirmative. We do have enough water. So, it's a mishmash of things she's thrown against the wall. Some of them may be correct. The ones that I've looked at, I don't think they are. But in the big picture, this was an agreement that was executed in 2005. Clearly, many of the pieces of this agreement, if not all of them, except for this piece, the intent to serve letter, have been fully performed. And with people expending hundreds of thousands of dollars in reliance on it to buy a lot, paying 21 years of fees for it, there's also an equity argument that's clearly going to be made if it ever came to court. So I'll stop talking and say, yeah, there are certainly issues associated with a lot of these transactions. But in terms of this one, what I see is we have an obligation to move forward with regard to this intent to serve letter. And that's not to say the board, because I think she said the board won't or can't. I'm not saying the board can't say, no, we're not doing it. I'm saying if you do that, you're exposing yourself to significant litigation. And I'd be glad to answer any questions about what I just babbled.
I wouldn't call it babbling, Mr. Carmel, but thank you so much. You had a lot to chew on there, no pun intended. Does anyone other than Director Gray, anyone other than Director Gray wish to comment? Yes.
No, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, thank you. I have a further question for Tim, for Mr. Carmel. I read over Ms. Galloway's packet, and there is a lot of interesting information in it. The one thing that I was struck by is there was the minutes from that May 26th meeting did have apparently they voted to adopt that ordinance with a clause in it that the board would have to approve the general manager's decision. But then in the official record of the official municipal code at the time, here in our packet, there was no mention of the board approval being needed. My question is, if something's in the minutes but it doesn't show up in the actual official action as it's recorded later, what takes precedence? Because this seems to be kind of the mystery here a little bit.
The action takes precedence. Yeah. The minutes are essentially a recollection of a person's recollection of what took place at the meeting. And I can tell you in my experience, which has been a long time, I've seen many, many mistakes in minutes, as I'm sure Director Thomas will tell you, because he's found many of them. So only the actual action, in this case, we have it in front of us.
Right.
Is what takes precedence. And I mean, that goes without saying that minutes don't overrule an ordinance signed by the president, me, or in this case, Art Montandon and Kathy Choate. That issue, it's hard to explain, except that there was a mistake made on one side or another, but the ordinance certainly takes precedence over the minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I just want one further comment to make about the liability. I think it's important for us not to expose the public to any legal liability that is too high risk and too little reward. And in this case, I'm not a lawyer, but I do think one thing in the applicant's favor is that his or her record keeping is a lot better than ours. And that would be a point, I think, in their case, that we can't prove that what the agreement that was made or the transfer that was agreed to 20 years ago and has been executed on in good faith all along is invalid because we can't find something, back then. I mean, I think puts us in a very defensive position in my view. Thank you.
President Farmer.
Yes.
We do have, I'm guessing that is Vice President Dean's hand up, and then Mrs. Galloway has her hand up again if you want to entertain it.
All right, yeah, I was just going to call on Vice President Dean. So yes, Vice President Dean, and then Ms. Galloway, we'll allow you to, make a few more comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Farmer. And if you recall, President Farmer, you and I were the ad hoc committee back, I believe, in 2021. I'll have to look at the date in this, that just simply said that any will serves come before the board for review. It did not say they came before the board for a vote. It just said it came before the board for review. And this agenda item says review and discussion of a will serve letter. It does not say review, discussion, and consideration. So I would ask Mr. Carmel, is this something we even need to vote on, or are we just supposed to be reviewing it as the last, as a past ordinance said?
Well, and thank you for raising that issue, because when I spoke and I said, obviously, if you want to, you can deny this. You can't deny this at this meeting because it's agendized as the ordinance, as the resolution requires for discussion. It's a transparency ordinance that allows people like Ms. Galloway to dig into this stuff and raise issues. And if the board felt the issues meritorious enough, you could certainly bring this back and do whatever you wanted. But today, you're limited to a discussion. No action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Ms. Galloway, go ahead. You have a short amount of time to comment if you wish.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear that because to Tom's, inquiry, Title 8 as it is currently operated right now reflects the ordinance as written in those meeting minutes. So Title 8 doesn't just give the general manager broad authority to do whatever. The way that Title 8 operates now is reflective of the minutes from that meeting. This isn't a mishmash that I'm throwing at the wall. This is literally the title that we operate off of is reflective of those minutes. Whatever happened in that document that staff or council is attaching for your review is some either a mistake. And if it's not a mistake, then I think that it should be required that evidence shows when Title 8 then went on to incorporate the minutes from that prior meeting. And what was stated is that the board has the authority over the general manager. It comes before the board's review. So I want to be clear that this isn't like the board had this discussion, somebody messed up the minutes, and here's the thing. And so the general manager went and adjusted this deal and made it. It's this discussion happened. That document happened, and somehow between then and now, Title 8 currently reflects what was what the board voted on and what happened in those meeting minutes. So I think that that's really important to get clear. And I just think it's important that that these staff reports are accurate, because what goes on from here till 20 years from now, what I don't want to see, I don't really care about this, whatever, issue the will serve, do whatever. In 20 years from now, I think it's unfortunate if the next general manager and board is trying to make sense of this mess or some other mess and the documentation isn't accurate. And so I think it's fair that the documentation reflects that the board did vote on this Title 8 as it's currently reflected in Title 8 right now. And I think it's also appropriate to say that it's unclear whether all parties met their obligations. I don't really care either way. It's just facts and data. And if the record doesn't have evidence that, and this isn't about Dirk Winter, because I also don't care about Dirk Winter either, but if the record doesn't have evidence that these EDUs were transferred when, where, yada, yada, yada. And also, I didn't say that that lot never was merged. I was asking for record keeping of the lot merger. But I do think it's important that it just says, we don't have the information. we're going through this based on the, best we can, but the information's not there, as opposed to pretending like you have the information. That's my only issue with it. If everybody were to just say, like, look, we don't have it, but we got to push this through, fine. But I think it's the implication that these records are pretending that the information's there when the facts just don't support it. So thank you for giving me my time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. It's interesting because I said, that you can make a brief comment. I didn't even turn the timer on because I figured you'd just make a brief comment. But if nothing else, since basically this was review and discuss, I hope we've had a satisfactory discussion in one fashion or another with regard to this item, as problematic as it is. And as a result, let's move on to item 5E. And General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item, please?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 5E, discussion and consideration to appoint an ad hoc committee to evaluate Cambria Fire Department funding needs and revenue measure options. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. Excuse me. It is recommended the Board of Directors discuss and consider appointing an ad hoc committee to collaborate with staff in reviewing Cambria Fire Department's needs, priorities, and available resources in order to determine the most reasonable, effective, and efficient and achievable method to develop some new and recurring revenue sources for the fire department. And I'll turn it over to Director Gray, I believe was some of his idea.
My idea, right? We've been in the fire department, fire protection committee. We've been trying to develop a long-term strategy, fiscal strategy for fire protection in general. Maybe fire department, maybe slightly narrow, but fire protection in general, which would be obviously under the aegis of the fire department. And it occurred to me during that process that we had to broaden, I think, the scope of this within the board to bring the finance side in a meaningful way, because we're talking about budgets, we're talking about revenue and spending. So this is this ad hoc committee would develop especially in collaboration with Ms. Fritz and Chief Berkey and Mr. McElhaney, a long-range plan to identify what the highest priority needs are for fire protection in Cambria. And this is in capital and in staffing, and to come up with a proposal for raising the revenue that would be viable, both and politically and fiscally, to meet those needs, basically. And the target is, if we do something that has to go on the ballot, the target would be for something that's in the spring of 2028, probably. So we have a few months, the rest of this year, I think, to do this work, but we have to be done very carefully, because you don't get very many bites of the apple when you go to ask for partial taxes. You got to get it right the first time, or else you got a long wait till people are ready again. So we're going to be, it's basically preparing for a point where we ask the public, this is what we really need, and it has to be convincing and something that would pass muster with a large majority of the public. That was the essence of my idea, and I think President Farmer has the power to appoint.
Power, there we go. All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Director Gray, for your comments there. So yes, I've contacted both Director Gray, who's the chair of the Fire Protection Committee, as well as Ms. Director Scott, who's the chair of the Finance Committee, and they both agreed to serve on this ad hoc committee. So, so there we are. Do we need to, I guess we do need to make a motion to approve this ad hoc committee. Is that correct?
Mr. Carmel, I don't know if we do we?
Well, we don't, because the president has the authority to do so. It's set up for discussion and action. So it's up to the president as to whether he wants to take this action individually or the board.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to vote no on this. So I'm just going to use my power to assign both of these folks to both of these directors to the ad hoc committee, and we'll move on to item 5F.
I just want to let you know, Mr. President, that I am very happy to be working with Director Gray on this important ad hoc.
Yeah, my apologies. I probably should have.
Thank
There
you. Thank
go.
you, Director Scott.
Yeah, I probably should have asked for you to make a comment, considering I just appointed you to something. So thank you. Thank you anyway.
Mr. President, do we need to take public comment on this?
Does anybody wish to comment on this particular appointment?
No.
I don't see anyone here in the audience. Thank you, Vice President Dean, soon to be President Dean. Thank you so much. All right, so now we will move on, and thank you, Director Scott. Let's move on now to item 5F, and General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda 5F, discussion and consideration to approve a contract with Tough Automation for the Lift Station B Controls Upgrade Project. The total proposed contract amount is $118,863, including tax, payment, and performance bonds. The project's anticipated to be funded through the Wastewater Enterprise Fund and included within the fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement project budget. Much like a lot of our lift stations, Lift Station B is a critical component of the district's wastewater collection system. The existing pump infrastructure has reached its end of useful service life and requires modernization to help improve its operational capabilities, maintainability, and future system compatibility. Staff solicited a proposal from Tough Automation to complete the control systems upgrade for Lift Station B, and it's described below. And I do have Mr. Reaper here if the board has any questions for him, and I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reaper, I found it interesting, and I guess I probably just go to you. Actually, first, do any of the board members have any thoughts on this before I ask Mr. Reaper to make some comments on this? Okay, I just found it interesting that Lift Station B, which is the one in discussion, is right there where the major flooding took place from Santa Rosa Creek, and where we have that have to have that project now to kind of rebuild the side of the creek there. So it's a problematic area all the way around. So with that thought in mind, Mr. Reaper, go right ahead.
So I'll just say a couple of things. So Lift Station B is obviously one of our 10 lift stations. A lot of them have components and maybe the whole system that are starting to approach the end of their useful life. This is sort of like a reactive capital improvement, but it is going to really set us on the right course for this station in particular, for the controls and the electrical system going on for the next 10 to 20 years. We chose Tough Automation because they offer great value and have consistently offered great value to the district in terms of both the amount that he charges us to actually build these things, and then his responsiveness if we have a problem or any issues with the system. He picks up the phone, will come out, and some of the other bigger companies that we've reached out for proposals for in the past are A, cost way more, or B, they might not be responsible to a small district like ourselves. This upgrade is designed to correct some kind of a scabbed on system that over the various repairs that have been done over the years. It's kind of a confusing system, so it's very necessary for the safety of the system and just so we have a nice, clean electrical system and control system in the station. This kind of rose to the top of our list because over the course of about a week, we burned through about 40 hours of employee overtime responding to alarms. And these weren't just nuisance alarms. These were the pumps, the controller failing and causing the wet well to overpump, which can damage equipment and cause a lot of other problems down the line. So that's why we're here today for the construction contract for this.
Well, thank you very much. And so does any members of the board have any comment at all? Yes, Director Thomas.
Yeah, thanks, President Farmer, and thank you, Mr. Reaper. In case anyone is wondering, you might comment regarding were alternatives considered in terms of other bidders, although I know very well from in the SCADA world, in the supervisory control data acquisition world, Andrew Thompson and Tough Automation have done all of our SCADA. So you absolutely want the consistency of that. And you might, comment on that. And also, so this includes all of the controls equipment, but not the electrical installation. So what would that incremental cost? What's the total cost of the project?
Absolutely. So I think we reached out to, I said about almost 10 years ago now, we reached out to solicit proposals for an entire, say, SCADA system upgrade. We got a bid back from Tesco for $10 million. And so we said, no, thank you. And went with Andy and Tough Automation, who has worked for the district since then. I think we've spent, I'd have to look to see exactly how much we spent, but it's somewhere around $500,000 and we've at this point upgraded the majority of the water department SCADA and are now working in phased approaches to upgrade the wastewater SCADA. And then Director Thomas, there was a first part of your question that I'd like to answer as well, but I don't remember what it was.
Right. And then the total cost, when you add the installation, electrical contractor.
Absolutely. So this includes the panels. Alpha Electrical is going to come in and do, I think their work is going to be around 30,000 to pull new wire and install a couple of disconnect switches and upgrade the panel with the necessary components.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear as if the other Vice President Dean, did you wish to make a comment at all?
No, I think he gave an excellent description of what needed to be done, and Director Thomas asked a couple of the questions I would have anyway, so I'm fine.
All right, thank you. It's hard for me to tell whether you're wanting to speak or not, but it's probably my problem more than anything else. Okay, well, it's interesting because in having the discussion prior to the meeting, as all board members do, I happened to bring up with General Manager McElhaney the fact that Andrew Thompson, he's very frequently in our expenditure report for various issues that have to be addressed. And so it's interesting to find out, and I appreciate what Director Thomas said. No, putting together Andrew Thompson and Tough Automation, and which makes us feel, even since he's unbelievably from the district, that we have no reason to fear that this would not be anything other than the best job possible. So, would someone like to make do we have any public comment in the room here on this item? Do we have any public comment online on this item?
No.
Thank you. All right, thank you, fellow directors.
May I make a motion?
You may make a motion, Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. I move that the board approves this contract with Tough Automation for Lift Station B Controls Upgrade Project.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and 2 seconds, Ms. Dotson. So a roll call, please. Thank you.
Director Thomas?
Aye.
Vice President Dean?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye.
Director Gray?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. Thank you. All right, it's time to move on, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. To move on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any items on the consent agenda that they want to pull for discussion or comment upon? Well, I want to ask a couple of comments about the expenditure report, starting with page 204, if we could, please.
Here goes Christine.
And I'm having difficulty here with, excuse me. Oops. All right, pardon me, I made a mistake here. All right, so page 204 with regard to breadcrumbs cybersecurity. So I guess the main reason I'm asking about this, because we had that incident relatively recently with regard to the district website kind of, or at least somewhat being hacked, I guess you could say. So I'm just wondering, is breadcrumbs cybersecurity going to be with us for quite a while, or have we pretty much wound up our involvement with them successfully?
You may see one more invoice as they finish their investigation, and then that should be resolved.
All right, thank you. Also on page 211, it's probably just a typo, Needs Oil and Tool Service, where it says brine water. I know it's obviously meant to say brine waste, I would imagine. Is this winding down our involvement with Global Water Innovations and the ZLD?
That's been wound down for quite a while. This is the returning of that brine back to South County Sanitation after it was rejected a month or so back. So you saw a hauling invoice in last month's expenditure report that was having it hauled back to us. And then now we have basically diluted enough into where the constituents were the acceptable level, President Farmer, and then we hauled it back to South County Sanitation. So Mr. Reaper can clarify, but to my knowledge, we don't have any more brine to haul off.
All right, thank you. Mr. Reaper, did you wish to comment, or are we fine with that?
The only thing I'd add was that the brine that was hauled off was not from the part of the pilot project. It was from older than that, and that was why the turbidity issues had arisen and it had to be rejected.
All right, thank you. Since that's a slightly controversial issue, thank you for that clarification. And so one more item on page 211, also Western, it's right down near the bottom, Western America Bank annual loan payment on the water meter replacement, which I believe was about $2 million initially. So how far along are we in making these annual payments, and does anybody have any idea?
President Farmer, I'll defer to Ms. Fritz, but I do believe we have an outstanding debt page on our quarterly reports, but we can try to look that up for you in terms of the balance remaining.
All right. It's not a huge issue, but we'll be revisiting them with an annual loan payment for a little longer.
I believe it was a 5-year loan, and it was only around, not only, it wasn't millions, it was 660,000, I believe. Okay. I'll look it up. But this was for the water meters, which we paid partially with our reserves, and then we borrowed about approximately 600,000.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. So would anybody, don't see any further comments on the consent agenda. So do we have a motion and a second to approve? Yes. Yeah. Director Thomas?
Yes, I had just a couple of questions. On the 6E on page 263, the addition of a permitting and compliance officer position is a significant milestone, and I just thought this might be an opportunity for the general manager to discuss this new position.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Thomas. Yeah, so from a management staff perspective, we've looked at a few different things when it comes to project management, especially when a lot of that project management has been coming out of the utilities department, regardless of what fund that project may be falling under. And so our team has done a great job running a razor thin staff. But as some of these general fund projects come forward, and we want to keep that enterprise integrity, resolution, hold true to that. We developed this position to have it partially funded by the general fund and partially funded by the enterprise fund. So there isn't that overlap of general fund projects that live in some of that utility space, which typically the salaries are funded from the enterprise funds. and our rates are set based on what those costs are to have staff do these types of things. So if this was to be approved, this position was to be approved, I'm happy to announce that Mr. Eric Johnson in our utilities department will be promoted to this position. We've been excited to have him, and we're even more excited to have him join the management team.
And one other question, and kudos for that thoughtful strategic move and choice. And then under 6F, the salary schedule, under the firefighters, for each position, we've gone from one rate to now two rates. Each of the classifications has with and without paramedic, the paramedic qualifications. So maybe just a wee background on that rationale.
So when we went into negotiations with IAFF, we took what used to be I'm going to ballpark it at a $600 a month paramedic incentive that was just given to them monthly, no matter the hours they worked. If it was overtime, it was just a flat rate. And so through those negotiations, we negotiated to incorporate that into their base salary, which essentially had us create a new salary schedule for firefighter paramedics. And then we basically parsed out what firefighter salaries are versus what a firefighter paramedic salary would be, and captains and engineers as well.
Thanks. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Dodson, do we have any public comment about the consent agenda?
No.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no other lights. Oh, by the way, Mr. Director Thomas, I want to apologize. I didn't see that you had your light on. So thank you. So anyone wish to make a motion to approve the consent agenda? Yes, Director.
I so move.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dodson?
Can you tell me who made the second? I heard.
That was Director Thomas, I think. Oh, excuse me. Did Vice President Dean?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Well, let's go with Vice President Dean.
Yeah.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Vice President Dean?
Aye.
Director Thomas?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye.
President Farmer?
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on now to hearings and appeals, item 7A. And General Manager Michael Haney, would you introduce this item?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7A, public hearing and discussion regarding the status of district job vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts in accordance with Assembly Bill 2561. There's no fiscal impact associated with the item. This bill requires all California public agencies to evaluate and address challenges related to workforce recruitment and retention, and the bill mandates that each public agency hold a public hearing to gather community feedback on hiring challenges, employee retention, and the impact of the workforce limitations on service delivery. And we've done that, posted, our vacancies as they stand now, and had some comment from SEIU. And with that, I'll bring it back to the board.
Thank you. Board members, anyone wish to discuss this item at all? Vice President Dean, do you wish to comment?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I guess none of us have anything to comment on here. So do we have?
I do.
Oh, okay. Yes, excuse me, Director Scott. Did you have your light on and I missed it?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The contributing factors, I think the high cost of living is more than just Cambria. I think it's all of SLO County at least. I have experience with someone looking for, a one-bedroom place, and you can't get anything for less than $2,000. I mean, if you're lucky, you find somebody who wants to be nice to you. But this is something that is really county-wide, so I don't want to just limit that part to Cambria.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make the comment that the increase in long-term rental, the decrease in the number of long-term rentals and the drastic increase in the cost of them is alarming. And how many people, especially in the service industry in this community, have had to move elsewhere to find a place to live and then have to commute. So it's a problematic issue most everywhere, not not just in California, but everywhere in this country and elsewhere. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances. So did General Manager McEnany, did you wish to comment on this item at all? Further, I should say.
President Farr, I don't have a lot to comment on. Obviously, the district values its employees and, some of these contributing factors, as Director Scott mentioned, it's a countywide issue. The cost of living is going up, the average median home price in San Luis Obispo County, I don't know, it's approaching 800,000, 700,000 with an interest rate of 6%. So, I empathize with some of our younger employees that are trying to establish themselves and raise families. But, you start taking into account not a lot of rentals available, and then the interest rates that are on some of these homes that, sometimes would be over 60% of their take-home salary. It's challenging for them. And then we have to balance that with a revenue constrained district. So, it's a catch-22, if you could ever call it that.
Thank you. Yeah, and the price of gas, yeah. All right, well, should we move on now to items?
President Farmer,
Yes.
we do have public comment.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Yes. And who would that be?
Michael Castellanos with IFF.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, yes, Mr. Castellanos, go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I thought you were attending on Zoom. So
I can go back.
no, you're good. It's good. It's good to see your face. So
It's good to
thank
see you
very
guys. It's
much.
been a while. Yeah. Thank you, President Farmer. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Michael Castellanos. I'm very grateful for you allowing me to speak today. I'm here representing our local firefighters. First off, I want to thank every board member here today, our general manager, our admin staff. You guys have been doing a fantastic job, and we greatly appreciate everything that you're doing and how we're moving forward. So keep up the good work. I'm here today to discuss Assembly Bill 2561 and the issues we still face. A couple weeks ago, Captain Greg McGill left our department after 17 months. Greg is what we call a seasoned veteran in the fire service. Over 20 years of experience with 200 recorded structure fires, countless wildland fires and rescues. We lost that experience, his leadership, education, and his work ethic. That experience and knowledge is what needs to be passed down to the next generation of firefighters. Experienced veterans like McGill is extremely hard to come by, especially for a department like Cambria. That impact will take years to recover from. That puts us at a total of 7 full-timers who have left our department, on top of the administrative, assistant, and fire marshal positions that no longer are funded. We've also lost another paramedic this year, leaving us to only 4 on the floor. That's putting us at critical levels, potentially jeopardizing our ALS program. With no relief in sight, we've had no outside paramedics apply for multiple vacant positions. This year alone, we've had 4 injuries, 3 of them being work-related injuries while serving our community. But because of the decision that our board members have made, securing a grant for our grant-funded firefighters, we were able to absorb that impact, leaving us with still 3 personnel on the engine. So we're greatly appreciated with what you guys are doing with the decisions being made. In closing, we fully support the decisions our board and general manager continue to make when it comes to strengthening our essential services. We encourage you to keep moving forward. We have ways to go, but your actions and decisions now are building a strong foundation for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm noticing that with regard to this particular item, it's a public hearing and discussion. So we're not necessarily voting on this item. I mean, it's just a hearing. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Castellanos, for your comments. Yes, Director Scott.
Yes. Could I ask a question of Mr. Castellanos? Yeah. So you talked about some people leaving. Why did they leave? Do they not like you?
I hope not. No, financial reasons and then just the workload. You know, most departments have other and more personnel to deal with the admin stuff, the business inspections. So we've taken on too much with little personnel that keep leaving. So we keep having this recycling of teaching people, getting them to the point where they can actually go out and do all these things. But by the time we get to that point, they've already found a new job that's higher paying.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. Thank you, Director Scott. All right. If it's okay with you folks, let's move on to item 7B. Yes. Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Heinrichs.
Thank you. You know, this is just heartbreaking. And, you know, if you will permit me a flight of fancy, I dream of a Cambria where we can support these employees with some way of housing. The new supervisor, Dantona, has talked about restrictions on short-term housing that could return some of these properties to long-term rentals or even to owner-occupied. I see all these vacant houses. Many of them are so large. Could we not in some way encourage them to divide out that house and have an apartment, even a condo? I look at some of these, you know, some very beautiful motels. If they could be divided into lovely condos, they would be excellent housing. I just, you know, we're in a situation where we really have to rely on what's existing and built because of the constraints of water use. But I feel like I don't know, I dream of a Cambria where we can address these problems better. I'm open to any inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Your comments are much appreciated. All right, thank you. Thank you, fellow directors. So we will close the hearing on item 7A and move forward to item 7B. And General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item? And then I guess Ms. Fritz will be commenting as well.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7B, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 25-2026 approving the CCSD preliminary budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 and resolution 26-2026 establishing the fiscal year 2026-2027 appropriations limit. Before I turn over to Ms. Fritz, I just want to advise the board that there have been some changes in this intermittent period that will adjust the final budget. So the final budget will look a little bit different than what you see before you. And we'll have that detailed out in the final budget staff report. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Fritz.
Thank you, General Manager, President Farmer, Board. So this is the beginnings of the 26-27 preliminary operating budget. This was brought before the Finance Committee. So we had a very good discussion there, as usual. So the different components that are outlined in this budget is the narrative, which I think last year was maybe the first year that we brought it forward with the preliminary budget. Typically, it was always brought forward with the final budget. So that is included here. the budget itself, the administrative overhead allocation, the salary schedule, the organizational chart, and the capital improvement projects is all included in this budget, as well as we are required to calculate and approve the 26-27 appropriations limit and make sure that what we are receiving from property tax allocation does not exceed that, which it does not. And so with that, we can start going through the budget and doing that, and then I can take questions. And going through the budget step by step can be lengthy, and I just want to make sure that you want to continue to do that. Go through step by step in the narrative.
So when we say lengthy, what are we?
I'm just wanting to make sure that that's the process we want to go through.
Okay, well, let me ask my fellow board members. This is a preliminary discussion of the budget. How would you wish to approach this?
I certainly appreciate the suggestion to go section by section, because that allows us to comment thoughtfully.
I agree too, because also the benefit of the public watching this,
Okay,
or watching it on tape.
all right, and Chair of the Finance Committee, how do you feel about this?
Well, that's exactly what we did at the Finance Committee, and I have some really exceptional people on that committee who go through it fine tooth comb, do comparisons with previous budgets, and they did a really good job, and they very much appreciate the finance. Tell me what's your title?
Administrative department manager, finance manager.
Well, the finance manager's input, and she took a lot of the suggestions that they made, and they have been incorporated into the document in front of you. The other thing that I want to highlight, and you've already mentioned that, and that is that especially one of our finance committee members said, well, you have these overages here. Why can't you take this and give it to the places where you have not a surplus? And it's exactly what Ms. Fritz said, and that is that until we get the final budget, we really don't know how many overages we have. It was a really good way of going through. So if you want to just like go department by department, yeah,
Okay,
I think that'd be good.
if I think I would prefer to, I'm going to go through it. And then if you guys have questions, maybe ask me. I would be okay with you asking me right then the question, and then I'll keep going. That seems to flow better instead of going back through. So I'll start with the narrative. I'm not going to read it out loud, but this does incorporate a 3.25% inflationary rate increase for water and sewer rates that was approved for this year. So that is included in this budget. One of the other things that I would like to point out is that, let's see where it's written here. I think it's on page 297. You'll see the table of values, which is just giving you the overview of the budget, which is very nice. But also the overhead administrative cost allocation overhead, typically we calculate that by distributing out all of admin expenses. We do get a small amount of revenue in administration, and typically that amount goes to our administrative reserves. We have decided to use a part of that revenue this year to offset expenditures, which in effect just reduces how much we're giving out to all the departments for the administrative cost allocation. And that just relieves some burden on some of the departments who are struggling this year. So that decision was made this year, and I want to point that out because that's not something we do every year. On page 298, I'll point out the pie chart, which is the allocation of property taxes to fire, facilities, and resources, and then the small amount that goes to wastewater, which is $25,000, which offsets the low income program that we have. Okay, so I'm not going to read through the narrative, and I'm happy to entertain discussion on it if anyone has questions on the narrative in particular.
Any board members have any comment for Ms. Fritz? Yes, Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer, and thank you, Ms. Fritz. This is a great, great budget narrative. And after, I guess this is my fourth read of a budget narrative, and yeah, in the summary on page 4. Where, that last paragraph says general fund budgets are funded through taxes and assessments, which are not increasing in parallel with the inflation rate. I've just sort of taken that for granted. But, this year I looked at the year-over-year increases to the general fund, to the property tax allocation we received from the county, and compared that side by side with the annual CPI. And it seems like they actually are increasing in parallel. Three of the last 4 years, our increase in property tax allocation was slightly ahead of the CPI. I'm not sure. It just might be useful to show those year-over-year increases side by side with the CPI indicators that we're using as a table to justify this statement, or else just take that statement out, because at least it appears to my math that that statement is not correct.
Okay, I'm not seeing that. And I don't see it on page 4. Maybe
I'm sorry.
missing
Yeah.
it.
The last paragraph where it says general fund budgets are funded through taxes and assessments, which are not increasing in parallel with the inflation rate.
Okay, yeah, I can review that. One thing I would like to, just popping into my head as we're discussing it is that the inflationary rate that I use for CPI adjustments, it's different depending on which, what I use different ones based upon what I'm calculating. And I don't have those numbers like on the top of my head, what they are this year. So we can do a comparison, but also a large part, which is the bulk of our budget primarily, is salaries and wages. And, we had a 6% increase in salaries and wages for the fire department, and then 3%, which is lower. So then blending those together to say what is more, what is less. So it gets a little complicated, but we can definitely either take it out or clarify it a little bit more.
Thanks. Yeah. Truth is, it is hard keeping up. But I
Yes.
just wanted to, maybe support that with data would be great. On the next page, there's a statement that I just scratched my head, and it's like, what does this mean? So down near the second paragraph from the bottom, where it says for the 2026-2027 budget, staff recommends using a portion of admin revenue to cover certain admin expenditures, thereby reducing the admin overhead charged to other departments.
So that's just what I was talking about. So I don't know if my words made it more clear. And that is something that the finance committee went over, and they had struggled with that sentence too. I was struggling to rewrite it in a way that was any more clear than that. So I think maybe the discussion is helpful. But and so that is just what I was speaking to, is that we have we typically allocate out 100% of expenditures. We have revenue coming into admin, and that revenue then gets, basically funds the general fund reserve. So we allocate out 100% of the administrative department's expenditures. This year, we decided not to allocate out 100% of the administrative expenditures. And so we're taking some of that revenue and covering those expenditures basically, which in turn is just reduces the amount that we're allocating out to the departments to provide them some relief, because some of them were struggling in their budgets this year to cover their costs.
Got it. So it reduces your charge out.
Correct.
Okay, noble. Yeah.
Yes.
I kind of thought maybe that's what I meant, but thank you.
Mhm.
On the next page, right above the property tax pie chart,
Mhm.
Kind of a similar question, that last sentence for FY 26, 27, revenue collected in the general funds being used to offset. But I guess it's the same explanation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think that one's already answered now. Yeah. I think, okay. And on page 7, right, the first paragraph, the general fund budgets for fire, facilities and resources and admin departments will continue to decline. Just that statement by itself, the, I think the point is we're having a hard time keeping up with inflation, but the general fund budgets for each of these departments has grown each year. So the statement as written is false. It would be great to rewrite that sentence in a way, in a manner in which it's no longer false.
Okay.
And further down on F&R, F&R budgets funds 3 full-time equivalent staff positions and 1 management position, and doesn't match the position allocation list. So that might be worthy of, I don't know, explanation or revision. What is the plan?
Well, this document is created and then our train keeps moving. So it's not always reflective of the total current. And I think you're going to probably see that more in this budget than in other budgets, as staffing has changed, different things have changed a lot. So that's just reflective of when this was written, our situation was different. And now we've had discussions and certain things have changed. So this will be updated to reflect, and I don't like to update these documents until the board has approved something. So even though things may happen and positions may be vacant and, the board may be hearing certain things, it's until you guys approve something, I'm not updating it in the documents. So I think that is kind of where some of those issues are, where
So it might look a little different month after next.
in August is final budget.
Yeah.
But again, I'm writing that in July. So if something else happens in between when I write it and it moves it's been moving very quickly. So I think that's where it's maybe a little bit different here.
And I'll follow up with that, Director Thomas. As we've had discussions with the boards, individually over the last year about how we're going to be allocating out property taxes and aligning with core services. We've had 1 vacancy in F&R that went over to the water department that we did not fill, and I believe we're going to be eliminating that from the PALS list. And then we just had another F&R maintenance technician depart, and so we won't be filling that position. And so we will be down to Mr. Geary and 1 maintenance technician, and slimming up some of the resources and facilities and resources, while also working with the support of the Friends of Fiscality Ranch through the ad hoc to help close some of those gaps. And those are some of the changes you might see in the final budget.
Thanks. Yeah, so we'll see changes, and then kind of last item in the narrative. It's probably going to be the same story, but at the bottom of page 11, we've seen for the last several years, it says the first bullet is continue managing the SST project. Probably time to cheer and say we completed the project or something. Probably looks a little different in August, right?
That's our hope. We target, we had hoped for, initially the second quarter, and now we're looking at the third quarter. But eventually that SST project, as far as the management piece, will be departing.
Thanks. That's all I have on the narrative. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw your attention. Oh,
I'm sorry, no, it's all right. If no one else wishes to comment, I just want to make a couple of brief comments as well.
oh yeah.
Okay, so going back to page 4, which is page 296, the second paragraph, where it says, I'll just read the first sentence. Overall, the district's financial condition continues to improve due to the district's efforts in fiscal conservation and the creation of operational efficiencies, leveraging technology, updating policies and procedures, and a current and ongoing investment strategy. So while I would like to compliment staff for the work that they're doing, going down to that final paragraph that Director Thomas noted earlier, where it says several unfunded items continue to exist, and I'm thinking about the San Simeon water line, which is probably going to cost us a considerable amount of money, in the future. So I'm not contradicting what is being said here with regard to things continuing to improve in some fashion, but in other ways we have some very serious financial challenges on the horizon. So I just wanted to point that out. Also, on page 299, which is page 7, I just want to, this is under facilities and resources. There's a sentence here, it looks like the second sentence, where it says, the pros department, and then in paren 16, is only used to track capital projects related to F&R, such as the skate park construction and the East Ranch restroom. Maybe I don't know I don't know. What is the pros department? I mean, park recreation, I know what pros means, parks, recreation, and open space, but what's that department and what does the 16 mean?
I'll jump in real quick, and I know Ms. Fritz will clean it up for me. But there was a pros department in the budget where there was monies allocated to the pros commission at the time, and there was about $12,000, and it was drawn down a little bit for some engineering, I believe, the community park project, things of that nature. Once the commission was disbanded and we turned it into a committee, no committee has a budget line item, but we kept the pros department line item 16 as a separate department to manage our capital improvement projects related to the facilities and resource department, i.e. Skate park, community park, things of that nature. Did I say that correct?
Yes, you did.
All right, thank you.
It's kind of like the WRF has the capital fund.
Yes.
Only for capital. It's not the same, but it's kind of like that. It's for capital
It is.
projects.
I mean, we've transitioned it into exactly the same thing. So we have two funds that have an operational fund and a capital fund. I'm going to just use that terminology, two different funds, and I'll point them out as we're going through here. So when the commission disbanded and they no longer had an operational budget, I've kept that fund, and I'll point it out when we get to it. And that's where I keep track of any capital projects that are related to what you would consider F&R or pros. So that would, and the two big ones that have been in here is that's where all the expenditures for the restroom and skate park reside. So as we're going through, I'll point those out.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. Yes, Director Gray.
Thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, I was going to ask about that too, because I was confused by the term department there, and also I couldn't. We'll find it, I guess, now, as you say in the line items. But is it better to say since there is not a department, and I don't know if there's a separate fund. It's not like WRF Capital, which is a separate fund definition in the line items. Is there another way to refer to that that's a little less confusing?
I mean, we can talk about it. I mean, and I'll when I get to the schedule, I'll point out our chart of accounts and why I'm calling it department. But yes, that's a discussion, and maybe we can take that up in the finance committee to talk about that because there's something I could change to make it a different fund specifically and be totally accurate in the naming, but it has to do with the chart of accounts.
Yeah, in the chart of accounts definition, it's a department, but then our human brains think direct reports and a department and the org chart. And so since it's a narrative, we could change the words a little bit in the narrative without having to mess with your accounting system.
Yes, and I mean, there could be some updates to the accounting system for sure, and the way that we do certain things. I know we have a project we're trying to get to of renaming certain, using some different nomenclature that we no longer use, that was used when we brought this system online from MOMS, which was the prior system. But I have it highlighted, and I can definitely look at that sentence and change it a little bit to be more accurate to what it is.
So I'm just going to jump in here because later on when we do future agenda items, one of the things that the committee recommended was, and based on the presentation that was made to our committee, was why don't we separate operational expense from capital expense? And Ms. Fritz said that that might be something that the board wants her to do that would make more sense when you look at the budget. So I'm going to bring that up in future agenda items because that's a decision that you all would have to make in order to direct her and the general manager to possibly make changes. So,
And in that vein, I will definitely spend some time and point out the two different instances in this budget where they are separated and why it might make sense to do so for the other funds where operations and capital reside in one fund. And I want to point out too that it's a transparency, and it's a like reporting how it looks issue. It's not that expenditures aren't being captured in any way or anything like that. It's more of a presentational and transparency kind of issue when it comes to that discussion. Okay.
yeah, both for the board and for the public.
Yeah, and it can get a little confusing, just talking about it. So a PowerPoint might be neat. I might need some visual aid when we really dig into it, but I will talk about it here too. Okay. So,
Ms. Fritz, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
If I could just interrupt you under, this is on page 300. I think we're still in the same area, so to speak. Under significant budget items, the CCSD Facilities and Resources Fund provides 3 full-time personnel. I think General Manager McElhaney just said that Mr. Geary has only 1 employee now.
yes, and that's, I think Director Thomas, that was kind of the same question he was asking, is that when this was written, he had 3. A lot of changes have happened since I wrote this document. So I'll be updating it for the final budget.
All right, I look forward to Mr. Geary's F&R report and see how he feels about this change. So anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Continue on, Ms. Fritz. My apologies.
Okay, so I'm going to draw your attention to page 305. It's page 13 of the budget report. And I'm just going to kind of go over the structure of the report just on this page so we can familiarize ourselves again with how it's structured. We have the original total budget as the first column and the current total budget. And this preliminary budget, those are always going to be the same. Then we have period activity, which is going to be 0 because this is just a budget. There has been no activity yet, fiscal activity, encumbrances, and then the variances. So really for this iteration, we're really just looking at the original total budget. That's going to change when I come forward with the final budget, and I can explain that when we get there. So for this is a really great, and this summary is going to be for the enterprise as well. They'll have it. And this is a great way just to see overall what we're expecting for the year. And for general fund, overall, we're expecting and planning for a surplus of approximately $105,000, which would then just go into the reserves and fund for future capital projects or emergencies. And so on page 16 or 308, we're going to start with our first department, which is fire. And I'm going to go quickly over the chart of accounts since we had a quick discussion about that. And so if you go under Fund 01, General Fund, Category 42, Fees, and then that line of numbers. So 01 is the fund, dash 43730 is the account, and that's the inspection fee account. And then 01 is the department. So in general fund, you have Department 01, which is fire. You'll have 02, which is facilities and resources, 16, which was the pros commission. And that's why we're calling it a department. And it really maybe should change to be a fund, a capital fund. And then we have 09, which is administration. So I just wanted to go over that real quickly, that is what I'm talking about when I'm saying chart of accounts, is that string of fund department. Fund account department is how it goes. So for fire, you can see the category, the first half is the revenue. So we have fees, other revenue, property taxes, and then the grants is listed out there, and that is the SAFER grant that you all approved. And then we go down to salaries and wages, and salaries and benefits, supplies and services, category 52, that's all on page 16. So you can see that's where all the operational expenditures and the planning for what's going to happen this year. And then debt service is there, that's for the chief vehicle. And then that bottom line, and this is on page 17, is the allocated overhead. So that's the amount of administrative expenses that are allocated to the fire department. The fire department does not have any capital expenditures planned for this year. And you can see they have a zero base budget. So they're pretty much, we're budgeting out everything that they're taking in this year. And then on page 18 is another sort of high-level summary of just the different categories. And so I think with that, I'd just take any questions you may have specifically about fire.
Director Thomas?
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer, and thank you, Denise. At the top of the, page 16, the miscellaneous revenue, 150K. I don't think I've seen that before. And what is that one?
So that's a new revenue source do you want to talk about it?
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and thank you, Ms. Fritz. Yes, we started anticipating revenue from out-of-county assignments. So with the increase in SAFER staffing, and we had a robust discussion about trying to close the gap on that, what we'd call deficit spending for staffing, is getting ready for fire season, getting all of our firefighters trained and qualified to go out of county on these wildland fire assignments, and we're anticipating that revenue. It's our best guess on what that revenue would be based on past out of county assignments, and so we incorporated that anticipated revenue.
Thank you. Yeah, I recall it was you presenting that, and just we should all keep in mind the range of predictability of a number like that. Earlier, I think the Corollo engineer said it was minus 50 to plus 100. This could be minus 100 to plus 300. But it's great to budget. That's smart. Thank you.
Yes, and as it being our first year doing it, you know, we did put thought into it based upon the last out of county assignment we did and how many we anticipate possibly doing, but it is something that is, you know, we can't really predict. So we'll see how we do this year and adjust from there.
And they're great for operational readiness.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, yes, Director Gray.
Thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, on that, on the income category, there is categories in fire. I was wondering what SB 2557 taxes is a credit. And I was wondering if weed abatement really should be up in other revenue or fees, because it's not really a property tax.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I'll go into that account and see how I can change what category it's in. I think it's, I'm pretty sure I know how to do that in the software. So I will, let me just quick make a note and then, to move that up to other revenue.
SB 2557, yeah.
So that's, we get charged an administrative charge for the county, and so I allocate that out to all the departments that get property taxes. So that's fire's portion.
Yeah. Okay, so you know, I noted that 150 and the other revenue, miscellaneous revenue, it's balanced out by 150,000 to the 145,000 rather to the FHRP contract for the weed clearance. So it's kind of they're both estimates at this point, obviously. Yeah. Thank you.
And our collection of those fees, I mean, some people pay their fees, but then it goes to the property tax roll. So, yeah, it is an estimate. Any other questions on fire? Okay. So then I'm going to move to page 21 or 313 of the agenda packet. And this is facilities and resources. And kind of the same as the other ones, we have our fees, our property taxes, and then we move to salaries, benefits, the supplies and services for estimations for the year. And then again, they're allocated overhead, and we're anticipating a slight surplus. I would call $7,000 a balanced budget, like a zero budget, you know. Yeah. So does anyone have any questions about facilities and resources?
I have.
Director Scott, go right ahead.
Thank you. So how much rent did we get from the Vets Hall last year? What was that? How much was that compared to the 20,000 that you had there?
How much? Let me look. Well, so far as of Q3,
yeah,
we had collected about 13,000 so far this year. So that would be 25, 26, and I'm opening with quite a file structure here. And the year previous, so this would be 24, 25, they collected $25,000
okay.
in total revenue.
So with the beautiful changes, it should be doubled, right?
Well, we don't have a marketing person,
Oh.
so I don't know if doubled is, but maybe by word of mouth, it'll get out and we'll.
I will add, there will be, hopefully, once the fee updates are
Yeah.
complete, we'll see a shift in some of the revenue.
Okay, good.
And then once we get all of our upgrades, we will figure out some marketing for some more rentals.
That is a good point. The fee structure is going to change. We're working on that project now. I like to do what I call conservative budgeting, which means if at all possible, I like to use, especially on revenue, I'll use the lower numbers so that we're happily surprised and higher numbers. And, or if there's a vacant position, I'm budgeting for it 100%. And so there can be some cost savings there. Anyone else? Okay. And so page 26 or 318 of the agenda packet, you'll find this is where we start the administrative budget, and that's represented by the 09 at the end of the chart of accounts. And we have our franchise fees, we get a small vacation rental, interest income, and radio vault income. And you can then see the salaries, benefits, services and supplies. I think I had agreed to put a little more detail where I could. And so you can see this is kind of the first time I'm really seeing it. I can do this for any account if anyone is asking for that for the future, but midway down under services and supplies, I'm just pointing it out because it's a little different. M&R Computer Services, the 60440 account number, I've detailed out what is in that $135,000 to help answer questions and be transparent about what is in there. So there's that. And anything else? You can see at the bottom of that page is the allocated overhead, and that's going to be a credit because that's representative of admin getting money from all the departments to fund their department. And so we're planning for a $97,000 surplus to be put into the general fund reserves next year. Any questions on the administrative budget? Okay. Okay, so then we get to the enterprise budgets. So page 31 or 323, and this is the summary. And you can see here, it's kind of Fund 39 is the WRF operations and Fund 40 is the WRF capital. And so this is really where it's two different funds. They belong together, but it's showing capital is in a completely different fund. And you can see there, we're planning on spending $150,000 and it's a negative, so a deficit, which just separates out because there's no revenue to offset that. It's either reserves or it's offset by the WRF operations. And that's what I'm talking about. It's a little more transparent. In all of the other funds, the capital expenditures are included in it, which I think it's nice to see them separately, and it helps you kind of see how much, what it actually costs to operate the department, and then capital as a separate line item. Because a lot of times, we bring in grants, or we have to, we're spending from reserves, or we have different funding sources. And so those can be kind of showed separately.
I have a question.
Yes, Director Scott.
Okay, thank you. So the WRF revenue, that's what is on our water bill?
Correct.
Okay.
And just out of curiosity, since the WRF isn't operating, why are people getting a bill?
I
think I know the answer to the question, but I'm just putting it out there because I think some people might be curious.
Well, President Farmer, they get a bill because there could be the circumstance in which you have to operate the WRF, and then there's ongoing capital needs and maintenance for a facility that we purchased quite a while ago. And then once we get past this CDP process, we should be able to operate it.
All right.
So what I'm thinking is this would be really interesting to, well, but wouldn't the capital, wouldn't that be that 150,000 expense under capital? That's the loan.
No.
Okay, what is it?
I'll show you when we get down there.
Okay.
So yes, and I would have to go back and look at the board agenda item that approved the WRF and approved that. I'm assuming that we went through a fee process to get the WRF fees approved. And if we had the authority to just cease those fees at any time, if it's not in operation, I would have to read through those documents. I believe, that was what, 12 years ago that it was created. So
Yeah, it is interesting that about half the fee goes to the payment of the loan, roughly half of it. So I know, yeah, this is the capital, defining a capital budget seems to be a little tricky thing here, because if you've borrowed money for a capital expense, which budget does that go into?
if we borrowed money, I would put it in the capital fund.
Okay, yeah.
And
payment of
which
loan.
it can be misleading, such as, and I can show it in the wastewater, we bring in the bond funds. It's not really revenue, but it comes in under a revenue account. If you kept it in a separate capital account, I think it's a little more clear. We're not, wastewater doesn't, and it won't show it in this budget, but in the quarterly reports, it'll show it. Like the revenue is almost elevated because I'm bringing in millions of dollars, which isn't really revenue, it's bond proceeds. So if I kept that all in the capital, I think it's just a little clearer, as it's not really revenue. Or if it was loan proceeds, it would not, and that's where you have a really clear fund that shows operations, which is helpful. I can figure it out, but I spend the majority of my days looking at this. It's hard. If you're going out on the website and just looking at our financials, it can be a little hard to decipher, I think.
This sounds like what Director Scott's going to raise, propose in future agenda items, right? This issue of breaking them out. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on page 326 or 34, this is our water fund and water department. As you can see in the chart of accounts, there's 11. The number 11 represents water in our chart of accounts. And so we have the sales, the revenue coming in, and some other fees, administrative fees that we get for various activities performed in water, some interest income, as well as the availability charges are listed out there, which were approved, I believe, last meeting. Then salaries and benefits, services and supplies. Some of those items are broken out to give a little more detail. And then this is where you will see the first one. If you go to page 36, where category 60, and you can see any capital outlay in our chart of accounts, it starts with an account number of 617. And so what this is, and you can see it broken out, are the projects that were brought forth through the discussions with R&I and water of asking for money for this through this budget process. So these are typically new projects. We are asking for additional funds for 2 existing projects. That is budgeted here. There were more projects that were asked for, but we could not really afford them at this point. So if anything becomes critical, that's when they go before the board for a budget adjustment mid-year. So we're adding funds for the generator for Stewart Street, a Lemert tank rehabilitation, additional funds for SR4 Road, and the Stewart SCADA improvements, some funds for that. The debt service for, oh my gosh, my mind just blanked, but that's the debt service payment for water. That is for the meter project. So that's a I did confirm that that is a 5-year loan, and it was $680,000 that we borrowed. And this is year 3 of that. So you'll see that on there for the next 2 years. And then the allocation of allocated overhead, and water pays for the WRF administrative costs. I don't know why. It just that's how it's been budgeted. So we're anticipating an $82,000 surplus into the water reserves at the end of the year. But that is with, $460,000 budgeted for capital expenditures. So in my experience and in my world, that's where you would see those kind of below the line, because you do like to see how much does it cost to actually operate the system. And so an $82,000 surplus is not really representative of that. So that's kind of where separating out the capital, and you can kind of see where the expenditures are there and they're going to happen, and we would still budget for them, but to see how your facility is operating is important. And so typically those would be like a below the line kind of transaction. And I can't do that in this fund. I would have to create a separate fund to kind of show it as a separate thing. So just pointing that out as we have future discussions of this moving forward.
And she doesn't get paid overtime, so.
Any questions on the water budget? What was that? Oh. I'd have to go back through notes on why they made that. At some point, somebody made that decision when WRF was created. Okay. Moving on to WRF, page 40 or 332. This is the operations fund. And so this is where you do see that revenue coming in, some interest income, because they do have their own reserves. And so we have allocate salaries, benefits, and then there are the services and supplies budget and the loan, the debt service payment for the facility is in there. And that is the makeup of the WRF operations. And we can see here that we're anticipating a surplus of 74,000 on that. And then if you go down to page 44, and this is where it's a different fund, so you can see it separate, where we are planning for an engineering update, a Title 22 engineering update for $150,000. And that is the only capital project that we're planning for this year in the WRF.
And Ms. Fritz, if you don't mind me asking, what is that engineering update?
Mr. Reber?
This is a requirement as part of the permits, the large suite of permits that the WRF is required to maintain in perpetuity. And we need to update this every 5 years. And it looks at the entire system and how it's engineered. And then let's see, how do I explain this? It kind of looks at the engineering of the entire system, and it's part of the permit for our indirect potable use system there.
Thank you, Mr. Reber. Appreciate that.
And this, I'll just give you a warning. This was added somewhat last minute, and I know the cost is going up already, so you'll probably see a different number in here for the final budget. That's one of the changes that I'm being asked to make. So, and for that, I mean, the utilities manager will have more information too on this project.
General Manager McElhaney, yes.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, so we'll see this number change in the final budget, and we will also see a RFP for services to provide this. We initially got one quote, and it was went over that informal threshold, so we'll be coming back with an RFP.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Fritz, moving forward.
Okay, so I have page 48 or 340, and we're in the wastewater department. And you can see the revenue sources there: salaries, benefits, services and supplies. Going down, they have the debt service payment for the SST projects, and their allocated overhead, and they're anticipating a $473,000 surplus. There are no new, and I think that might change too. A lot of changes coming my way, but they had no capital expenditures planned for this year, new ones, I should say. And I think everyone knows too, I carry forward existing project balances in the final budget. So this is just representative of any new capital projects being asked for. It's not that wastewater's not doing any capital projects. They have plenty going on. And any questions on wastewater? Okay,
Doesn't appear that way. Excuse me. Go right ahead.
We go to our attachments here, and on page 53, this is the overhead allocation calculation. The salary schedule, the latest salary schedule, which was approved by the board already, I believe. And then our PAL list, which is our position allocation list, which just shows any changes in positions. And okay, that's all I'm going to say about that. And then our org chart, and we provide one from the new year, what we're anticipating, and then the prior year, so you can see any changes. So any questions on those miscellaneous attachments before we move to the CIP list?
I believe Director Thomas has a comment.
Yeah, thank you. Page 53, 345. The first couple lines of the calculating the overhead calculations. I get it. The first one, those are the actual expenses in each of the departments from last year.
Correct.
And then what are the numbers below that? Is that what was actually allocated then?
No, that's what's allocated. And I can update that. That is the current allocation that's in this budget for 26, 27, based upon those percentages.
Well, because I'm confused because there's that second line, overhead allocation, and then there's a number, the difference. And then at the bottom, there's total all cost calculation.
Yes, that's the 26, 27 number. I'll put that in there.
Yeah, and it's clear because that's what is on the sheets, that bottom line. But those second two lines, I have what are those?
Which ones?
Oh, the third line down, overhead allocation, in parentheses, 474,505.
So so when I'm creating the percentage of their expenditures, I take out the overhead allocation.
From that year?
From 24, 25, I just take it out. I don't include it in the calculation because it's just an accounting transaction. It's not really part of their operating expense.
Fair enough. So you're baselining each of those, taking overhead out.
Yes.
So the 2707 is the basis for applying
the 20%. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
I think Director Gray also has a question and a comment.
Just had a good clarification. I think I know what's going on here, but the WRF operating cost number has nothing under it. That's included in the figure underwater, right? Yeah. Okay. Because that makes sense. The actual percentage of the total cost represented by that water figure is actually 37%. We should explain the amount.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
37% of the
look
total. Yeah, it might be, again, it goes back to how we classified operating, the allocation of administrative costs to operations of WRF. It might be, at some point, we could consider just breaking it out separately like we do everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So then on page 351 or 59 is the legend for the CIP list. You guys see this every quarterly report. And here, if you look on page 62 or 354, you can see here I've highlighted in green if it's in this as a request. With the number one, this one, I'm pointing this one out because it's a little different because we already have an SR4 road project. So it has a B, meaning it's already been budgeted. But in this report, I also have a 1 because if it's a 1, that means I'm actually asking for the money. And so you can see under the additional budget request column is $125,000. That's what's in this budget, is the 125 additional request. If you go down to page 63, you can kind of see the same thing for the generator Stewart Street tank. We already have a project that's budgeted for 150. I'm asking for $80,000 more in this budget. And then 2 new projects underneath that, the Stewart SCADA improvements and the Lamert tank rehab. So that's kind of how I'm organizing this, and I'm highlighting them in green so you can find them easily because, you can get lost in this report a little bit. And then on page 66, you can see the engineering update, Title 22. If this is approved, then I would move them up to a B as they've been budgeted. So any questions?
Yes, Ms. Fritz, I'm just curious where you are here in that green section on page 63, where it's under the Stewart SCADA and also under Lamert tank, where you're at the additional budget request, there is no amount.
Because those are new projects. Those are not already budgeted. Additional budget request will only be in projects that are requiring additional funds. They've been approved at one amount and then it is requiring more money. So I like to separate those out because it's to keep.
You probably already explained that, didn't you?
Not today. But I feel like it just to see what the original request was, and then if there's additional funds being requested, I think it's helpful to keep the history of the project, which is what I'm trying to accomplish with this presentation too, is as much as I can keep some of the history of these projects that sometimes span over years.
All right, thank you. Yes, Director Thomas has a question.
Thank you, President Farmer. And I just want to play that back. Did I hear you right? So on each of these sheets, all of the projects ranked with a B that are above the green line were in the budget previously.
Yes.
And it's only the green lines that are being added.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And the concept like the Stewart Street tank asking for additional money, that's kind of a new thing that I'm, having that separated out. So I understand the B and the 1 is a little confusing, but I'm trying to, like I said, be transparent and keep the integrity of the project, knowing that we had to come back and ask for additional funds. And with that, that concludes the budget portion, and then you can see the resolution and the calculation on Exhibit A for the appropriations limit, which is a requirement for us to do. And you'll see that there, and that the limit for 26-27 is the 4.2,999,979,000. And we are getting approximately $3.4 million appropriated to us from the county this year. So we are well under about $897,000 under the limit.
Ms. Fritz, if I could just ask you a question. So I'm looking at the various items here under the water department, such as, excuse me, like below the green line, Rodeo Grounds pump station replacement, $3.5 million, the SR4 generator, and so forth. I'm wondering, with regard to the replacement of the water line from San Simeon, why is I think that's probably a couple of $1 million. Is there a reason that's not there?
It is on page 62. It is a little misleading because it hasn't been fully budgeted yet. So again, this is something that if you look on it's effluent line design and permitting. It does have a B. You guys have approved a $600,000 budget for that for the design and permitting. That we will be asking for additional funds for that, and that's something you'll see that come later when we get close to that.
So this is just design and permitting. It's obviously not construction.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
No.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, just one more question on the CIP list for the WRF. Looking over the CIP list and the capital projects list, the budgeted amount says 561,594, which is all those items that are in the B category. But in the budget, the operating, is the actual capital budget for WRF in the budget section of the document is only 150,000. I'm kind of assuming that some of these items, like the chemical pumps, UV bulbs, UV ballasts, does that come under operations? In other words, are those things actually going to be, is money going to be spent this year on those items, and it's in a different category?
Well, I can't say that it's going to be spent this year. It depends if they get it done. But these are all capital, and I did go through and I looked at the WRF because I've been reviewing it for just end of year and what we're moving forward. And there was a little bit of a calculation issue that I had on based on your comments. There was a little bit of a calculation issue that I had, but one thing, the budgeted amount at the bottom under B, that's going to be the project estimates and the current fiscal year budget, which I don't total here. That's what's going to be in the current fiscal year. And sometimes that can be different because it's a multi-year project. Right. And so current year fiscal budget is just like project, it's not project to date, it's just current fiscal year budget. So the project estimate is project to date budget, and we could have used some of that. So, but there was an error. And if I did add up current fiscal year budget, it was a little bit different than what was budgeted, but I got to the right number when I looked at it. And so maybe it would be helpful if I totaled fiscal year budget, and it should equal what's in the budget report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. Did you say that you had kind of concluded your presentation?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. So do we have any public comment here, either in the room or, also I should ask, Vice President Dean, I can't really tell whether you've had your hand up. Do you have any comments or questions?
No, I think she did an excellent job of explaining things, and especially the items that are lined in green. I learned a lot from this presentation because I did have questions and they were all answered. But I do have one more question. And when it's, I think I asked the general manager this during the boardwalk. Do we have any idea what percentage of the property taxes that the county collects from Cambria we get back?
I have emailed my county contact to verify that. 'Cause, I mean, I have my assumption, and assumptions aren't good, I guess. So I have not gotten a response back yet.
Okay, do you think there's any chance at all that we could ever increase the amount that the county gives back to us?
I don't know. I guess maybe naively assumed we got 100% less the fees that were charged for administration, and that's what I'm trying to clarify. So I could be naive in that assumption.
It appears Director Gray is going to inform us that
No,
that question has been asked for decades.
Well,
but
but first of all, the question, I think, Vice President Dean, are you referring to the share of property tax that we get out of the 1 cent overall tax, which is, I think that's set by that was set by state law a long time ago, in divvying up the taxes after Prop 13. But I might be wrong about that. There is a way you can find that out, but it's I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, but I've asked this many times and I've never been
Right.
able to get a response. And I just, yeah, I just wanted to know how much of what they collect from us, from the community that we get back.
Yeah, a vast majority of it, most of it goes to schools.
Yeah, I knew
Yeah,
that.
most of it goes to schools, and then a lot of other people get it, county, whatever. We get some.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
looking at what percentage we're getting back that we're being able to use in our general fund budget.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
I forgot about the schools. You're right.
Yeah. Thanks. There's something, the county website has something. We'll go back to it later. Maybe I can help you with that because I looked it up when I was in finance committee. We're doing that, working on the revenue and everything. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gray. All right, so doesn't appear as if we have any public comment on Zoom.
No.
All right, and none in the room. I think it rhymes. Cool. So, whoops, pardon me. Do we have a motion to approve the preliminary budget for the upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the 26, 27 budget.
Preliminary budget.
Preliminary budget and resolution 26-2026 establishing the fiscal year 26-27 appropriations limit.
There we go.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson, roll call, please.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Scott. Aye. Director Gray.
Aye.
Vice President Dean.
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye, and thank you, Ms. Fritz, for your very thorough presentation.
A good question for
and being able to answer our questions. And yes, Director Gray.
Question for Tim Carmel, though. Do we need two separate motions?
Yes, you'll need to take on the appropriations limit by
Okay.
resolution.
Yeah, okay.
Do we also have to say waive further reading?
No,
No, okay, good.
that's only relevant to ordinances.
Okay, see, I learned something else.
So I'm not quite sure what the answer was to Mr. Gray's question.
I think we need
Yes,
to do a separate motion on the property, the limit, the GAN limit,
Resolution 26-2026.
which I can provide. Let me see the copy sheet here. You did?
He did say that in the first motion.
But we need two, I think we need.
Oh, no, you don't need two separate. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part.
Oh, okay. That's what I want to know.
If they were both included.
Okay, good.
Clearly, yeah, you don't need to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you both. Someone is requesting, Director Thomas is requesting a break. Let's come back at 3:05. Thank you. Hearings and appeals and item 7C. And General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7C, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 272026, confirming an itemized report to collecting delinquent solid waste collection disposal charges on the county tax rolls. The property owner of record is responsible for paying these delinquent charges. Collecting delinquent charges on the real property tax rolls ensures that CCSD's franchise Mission Country Disposal will receive payment for solid waste collection and disposal services from overs who have not paid their bills. We do this each year, and it's back before you again.
It appears a few more names have been added to this list since the last time. No. So any board members have any comments on this? No?
I like it that their name is.
Yeah, we should go by and
I think we should read it out loud.
we should read it. Yeah, especially the ones that have been here a long time. Yeah. Yeah, that don't, especially the person that lives in Carlsbad. I think if you could live in Carlsbad and own property in Cambria, you could pay your bill, but that's just my humble opinion. So, does anyone wish to make
We may need to get
we need public
I had a little
comment.
brief
Thank you.
comment to make too.
Yeah. Anybody have any public comment on this item? Apparently not.
Yeah, and
No.
just,
Thank you.
I'd like to add, and Vice President Dean will remember this too. We did get a Mission Country where there would be a discount. They would do a discount for people who also qualified for the discounted PG&E's discount, which also is the wastewater discount. So it would basically be a Vice President Dean, you remember what the amount is? In other words, I don't want to just say these aren't hardship cases necessarily, because there are things that are done for people who have trouble paying their bills.
So if I remember correctly, the people who qualified for the PG&E CARES program and were also receiving our water discounts were qualified for this, and I believe it's the same percentage.
I believe it is too.
Yeah, I think it was 40%, but I may be wrong, but it was only on, and just a second.
40% of a small garbage can, I think.
Yeah, the small that's what I'm trying to
32 gallon. Okay.
Based on the small garbage can, and half of that was covered by Mission Country Disposal, and the other half was covered by the CCSD, which is that little skinny gray line you saw on the pie chart.
Mm-hmm.
So,
thank you for pointing that. Thank you for pointing that out. It's worth saying. I like Brandon to make a motion if nobody else wants to.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
Is it okay, Mr. President?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. So do we contact these people, or the garbage people, or who tells these people what's happening?
They're mailed letters of the delinquency, and then if they're not paid, then we send it to the county tax roll.
Okay, so the letter from the company?
No.
CCSD. We send them a letter from the CCSD.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then we receive the property tax allocation, and then I
forward it
to the waste company. I don't know why it is that way, but we're the middleman in this transaction.
Well, that's why you get your franchise. Thank you.
May I ask another question too, Mr. President?
Yes, go right ahead, Vice President Dean.
I am curious if any of the people on this delinquent list are people who are getting our discount. I don't need to know the individuals. I just want to know if there are any on this list who've been given our discount.
I can look into that, Vice President Dean. I don't think we have that information in front of us at the moment.
Okay.
I do want to make a comment that I know two of these parties. I believe one of them has moved from the area and the other one has passed away.
Oh.
So I don't know if that means anything, but just thought I'd mention that.
Yes.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
The hearing is closed. I move that the board adopt resolution 27-2026, confirming the itemized report to collect delinquent solid waste collection and disposal charges on the county tax rolls and waives further reading.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson, do we have a roll call, please?
Director Gray.
Aye.
Vice President Dean.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. Let's move on to item 7D, and General Manager McElhaney, would you introduce this item as well?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7D, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 282026, confirming the 2025 Fire Hazard Fuel Reduction Program itemized cost report for the Cambria Community Service District. The CCSD's contractor's cost for performing the abatement work on the parcels, plus our administrative charges, total $101,956.86. The 75 parcels invoiced and listed on the itemized report included in the resolution will be assessed on the San Luis Obispo County's 2026-2027 real property tax roll. And these are the fees that are the contractor charges to weed abate parcels that did not pass in the previous year. And as we do every year, we'll send these to the county tax roll. I'll turn over to the board.
All right, board members, do we have any discussion on this particular item?
Mr. President?
Yes, Vice President Dean.
I was just double checking. Are these people who were billed and did not pay the invoices?
That is correct, Vice President.
Thank you.
So this is from last year?
Correct.
Yes.
Wow. And there's 75, is that what it says here?
Correct.
Well, do we have any board discussion on this item? Yes, Director Scott.
Yes, thank you. I mean, to get charged $5,000, how large are the parcels?
It varies, Director Scott. It probably is a rather large parcel, and then it comes down to tree work. So if there's large trees that are dead and dying and haven't been cut down, then that gets really expensive really quickly.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to just add, I just quickly looked up. Last year, we had 110 parcels on this list. So we're making progress. I mean, that's the intent, is to not, reduce this number as much as we can, so.
If I recall correctly, and thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Fritz, if I remember correctly, it was roughly 300 before that. Am I correct? And
3 years ago, we ran into a unique situation where it became rather diabolical, and we had close to 500.
500.
Yeah.
Well, I think our general manager, he implemented some, let's put it this way, the folks that he hired to do the work, I think, got the attention of many of the lot owners. And as a result, that's why this number has decreased. So thank you. All right. So do we have anyone wish to make a motion on this item? Oh, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item, Ms. Dodson?
No.
And thank you, Director Gray. Would you like to make a motion as well?
Well, I'd be glad to. Public hearing. Oh, sorry. I move that the board adopt resolution 28-2026, confirming the 2025 Fire Hazard Fuel Reduction Program itemized cost report of the Cambria Community Services District and waives further reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson?
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Vice President Dean.
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. All right, moving on to the last hearing and appeal that we have, item 7E, and General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7E, public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of resolution 292026, approving a fire suppression benefits assessment consumer price index adjustment at the rate of 2.8% for fiscal year 26-27. Adopting this resolution increases the annual fire suppression benefit assessment revenue by approximately $16,000 for a projected total of $601,890,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. And again, this is something that we do every single year, and bringing it back before you.
All right, thank you. Board discussion, Director Gray.
Just so I'm clear on this, I'll ask this question. We actually we've already approved this increase. One time, we had it on the agenda, I think, last month, and we voted to go forward with it, or is this something new? Maybe I'm confused about something.
This is the annual adjustment.
This is the annual adjustment. So this is not something that we did a previous meeting on.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm under, yeah, I can do a motion if anybody wants, but yeah, I guess you need public comment first.
Thank you. So do we have any comment, Ms. Thompson?
No.
Vice President Dean, do you have any comment on this item?
No.
All right. Well, go right ahead.
Okay, I guess I move this, the board adopt resolution 29-2026 approving a fire suppression benefit assessment consumer price index adjustment at the rate of 2.8% for fiscal year 26-27 and waive further reading.
I'll second the motion. Oops.
Doesn't matter. Either one.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Vice President Dean, so Ms. Dotson.
Was it Vice President Dean or Director Scott?
We'll give it to the Vice President, thank you.
Okay. Director Gray?
Aye.
Vice President Dean?
Aye.
Director Thomas?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye, thank you very much.
I just one
Oh, yes.
one clarification. I think my confusion was, I think we had this the announcement or the news that 2.8% was going to be applied, but we didn't actually vote on it. But in an earlier meeting, I think we did discuss this because that was, and what I'm saying, that should come as no surprise to people. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Director Gray. So let's move forward now to the General Manager's report. General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President.
The floor is yours.
All right. My general manager's report, we'll start with the coastal development permit for the water reclamation facility, which will be, the appeals will be heard on Tuesday, the 16th, which staff is ready for. That agenda is out. Staff is recommending to deny all appeals, which is good for the district, and we'll be there to present on that. As will the rest of our staff and consultants will be there for that. We recently had some communications back and forth with the Coastal Commission, as the board is aware. They still have some questions that popped up that they feel remain unanswered, and we're navigating those in parallel with this upcoming meeting. And we'll deal with those as we approach the eventual appeal of this project to the Coastal Commission, in which conversations with Coastal Commission staffers says that more than likely the Coastal Commission will appeal it, besides, our community appellants. But we'll tackle that, one day at a time, and we feel confident in that as well. The Cambria Skate Park project, from our last special meeting, that bid has been extended to June 22nd, and we hope, closing date, excuse me, to the 22nd. Those bids will be available to see on Demand Star. That won't be representative of the bids that will be chosen. Those bids have to be evaluated, but those will be available to the public. And then from there, it will be a race with our consultants to evaluate those. And our hope is we can get those before the board on the July 9th meeting, after talking with district council and the consultants. If somehow those get brought back to us earlier than the 9th, which, in speaking with Tim, that would be a little bit of a crunch. But if it did, we can consult with the board, about a special meeting to bring it forward even a little bit earlier. We'll be working out the vets. We'll be working out the vets hall on June 23rd for Meet the GM. We have some recruitments that are listed here and our public records requests. And I'm open to any questions.
Any questions from the board members with regard to General Manager McElhaney's report? Yes, Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer, and thank you to the General Manager for targeting the date of July 9. The community appreciates that. I appreciate that. The bids got extended 2 weeks. That extends the review meeting 2 weeks. It would have been confusing to extend it longer, to make that a longer period. And also thanks for putting in the challenge that of exploring the opportunity to bring in the bid sooner. And knowing that as the time approaches, our availability becomes less likely, would it be wise to throw a date out on the calendar some number of days ahead of that, just so that we, because if you wait till the day they're ready, then we might be off to the four winds.
Thank you, Director Trump. Let me ask District Council what he would envision would be the earliest date that we would be able to hold a special meeting based on that review period. I think the 9th is somewhere we feel comfortable landing on. But if we look at that week, you've got Sunday the 5th, and then you've got 6, 7, 8, and you've got 4th of July weekend. So Mr. Carmel, is there any date you see in there as a potential that they would be done early enough to do a special meeting prior to the 9th?
I'm guessing, and I don't think we'd want to push it too close to the 4th of July. In other words, if they were ready on the 6th or 7th, I'm not sure there's a huge gain from the 9th. So I think if I was going to pick a day, it would probably be the Monday or Tuesday, the 29th or 30th. That's not really highly likely, but I think the 30th could be doable. So I'd go with the 30th.
I'm not available on the 30th. I have medical appointments.
How about the 29th? Again, it's not likely, but
I'm fine.
everyone else?
I would, this was going to be another announcement. I will be at a conference, the annual GM Summit at that time, but I would be attending via Zoom, but I still could attend via Zoom and hold it on the 29th.
Well, we could always shoot for the 1st or the 2nd. I don't think the 3rd is probably going to be booked for everyone. You want to try for Wednesday, the 1st or the 2nd?
I'll also be at the conference. It's from the 29th through the 3rd. But again, I can attend via Zoom and skip some of the breakout sessions.
We need your leadership. How about the 2nd? Same thing?
Yeah, I'll be getting back on the 3rd. I apologize.
Okay. Well, I turn it back to you.
Why don't we just send out the requests for the dates that were available?
Send out requests. Will do.
Thank you for that suggestion, Director Scott. Seriously.
Sounds like we clear our calendars that Monday through Wednesday, just in case, as much as we can.
All right. I do have a request, by the way, a public comment request on the general manager's report from Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for mentioning the June 16th Board of Supervisors hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the district's coastal development permit application. I am one of the 6 appellants. Ryan Maroney, Central Coast District Supervisor for the Coastal Commission, has provided a detailed report of the CDP application's serious deficiencies. He's asked that the district postpone the hearing on this application until all the information is available. I join him in asking the board to postpone that hearing. And I ask a step further. After 14 years and more than $30 million spent, the application for a coastal development permit is still not adequate to get the EWS, SWS, WRF operating. I have no doubt that the current application is General Manager McElhaney and the staff's best effort. They spent thousands more dollars, commissioned more studies, collected more data, and hired more contractors, and it's not adequate to get the plant permitted. Please consider withdrawing this application entirely and ending this expensive and unproductive project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Do we have any further public comment online?
No.
Oh, okay. Any comments from the board? Any additional comments from the board?
May I speak?
Yes, Vice President Dean, go right ahead.
Thank
No,
you.
you may not.
Seriously, or can I?
Oh, go right ahead.
Okay, you just said I may not.
It was a joke.
Okay. I'm weird. I don't get when people are joking and when they're serious. I'm sorry. I do believe it's a condition of our financing on the WRF that we proceed to getting a permanent CDP. And I don't know what the consequences would be with the lender if we did not move forward with getting the permanent CDP as required by the loan and as required by the county for the EWS, the emergency operation of the vehicle, not vehicle, sorry, I'm tired today, for operation of the facility. And I do believe the county permitting process is separate from the Coastal Commission's portion of it.
Yeah, and thank you, Vice President Dean, and I think that's a good point. So there are processes in obtaining a CDP, and this communication, I would say, is from the Coastal Commission, why we've been working with them closely, and we have been for the last 3 years, at least since I've been here, is a little bit of a surprise in terms of the way that they're going about it and addressing it to the district and not to the county itself. We're following the appropriate processes to move a coastal development permit forward, which is what we have done. We've brought it through the board, applied to the county, spent the last 3 years addressing information hold items, made it through the Planning Commission 5-0. I expect to make it through the Board of Supervisors next week, and then that is where the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction steps in. We've been communicating with them. We have that list of concerns. We're confident that we'll be able to address those list of concerns, but no disrespect, the county disagrees with the public comment because they find it consistent with CEQA and the local coastal program. And so that's why I believe we'll be issued a CDP on the 16th, and we'll deal with the appeal when that comes.
All right, thank you, General Manager McElhaney. I don't know if I asked it. I did already ask if there were any comments on the General Manager's. Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the next agenda item, and Facilities and Resources Report from our hardworking supervisor of that department, Mr. Aguirre. And how are you? How are you, sir?
Doing good. Hanging in there. We turned around just to cover, I'm sure everybody's aware that we ended up losing our one of our members. So now we're down to 2 here in the district, Anthony Dees and myself. I do have to say we've kind of started taking care of a lot of small things, getting caught up on a couple other things throughout the district that we kind of left open after the incident that occurred with the rollover, because that was one of the things that happened. A tractor ended up rolling over as we were flailing, and that tractor currently is in the shop. So we're just waiting for them to crack open the motor and turn around and figure out exactly what's broke inside of it. So we're just waiting on that phone call here probably within the next 2 weeks. As of right now, we're running the big tractor. We're currently flailing. I know we flailed about 2.5 weeks ago. With the rain that came in, it kind of threw that green sprout and everything. So we're out recovering from that right now. We're going to be hitting the Steelhead Park most likely this afternoon. We're supposed to be out there, and then moving into the fire breaks. So Anthony and I, we've been trading back and forth between weed whacking, cutting trees, clearing some of the trails. Basically staying pretty busy, especially only with 2 of us. And I know it's going to get a little bit harder as we get closer to that deadline in the next 19 days for the end of the weed abatement. I did work with Tim Radecki in regards of the Cambria Fire Council in regards of that. He more or less got all of our lots done. I did find a couple that were not recorded, and he's going back out actually tomorrow to finish those up for us here in the district. I contracted with Mercado's landscaping and weed abatement crew there. We ended up doing from Huntington all the way down to the wastewater plant behind all those residents there. Also from Trenton down Warren, down in that section also. They're going to be finishing up today, Victoria down at the very bottom of that one as they meet up by the Marine Terrace. I know this Ramsey Trail hasn't been hit in a couple of years. So actually he and I this morning went out with Anthony and took a tour of that section up there because that is one that does need to be cleared out. We do roughly have about 8 down trees that are up in there. We got to get them all situated with that for the fire aspect, at least in my one of my priorities. The dog park's doing pretty good. I know there's been a question on that about trying to transition from the tanks, installing the water system to there. I know that was something that's been on the plans, but I know working with Shelley, we're going to be turning around and working out something. They're willing to fork out a little bit of expenditure on that too. So it's probably going to be on that CIP list that's coming up. Let's see. The Fiscalini Ranch out there, like I said, we've been out there patrolling and doing a couple different things. We assessed all the poison oak out on some of the trails. So I ended up having a conversation with Kitty Conley for the FFRP in regards of a billy goat, which is a brush cutter. So we're debate. It was a Friday afternoon, strangled into a Saturday. Long story short, since we did lose this other tractor, because we want to get in there and start clearing a lot of the poison oak on each side of those trails. So the brush cutter is going to be one of the key factors of mowing alongside about 26 inches on each side, so that way we keep the public pretty isolated from the poison oak in there. Kitty Conley and I, we both came to an agreement to where they were willing to purchase or pay for it after we turn around and purchase at the original price of it. So that's what we ended up doing on Monday morning. We purchased it, and as soon as we get the invoice sent out to them, they're going to be reimbursing us for it, for the usage there on the ranch. Yeah, as for the vets all down here, I know it's been pretty hectic. We got the new audio system, and I know, what do you call it, Miss Dodson, she's been a big factor in that one, working with the crews, stuff of that nature. I know I've been kind of MIA trying to keep everything else going, so she's done quite a bit, and I know General McElwain too, he's been involved in that one too, so I really appreciate the help in there. The public bathrooms, that's one thing that we've kind of, Anthony and I are working on, because I know I've been working certain weekends to pick up the slack off of him, so that way we don't burn him out too drastically yet. But I know with the general manager and I, we've been working to see about getting another janitorial coming in for the weekends, picking up some of the areas that we need help with at this point. I know there was a conversation about mag locks. That got dropped by the company because due to the fact they figured out they was way more involved with permits. Same thing with the fire department getting it signed off, the county, the whole 9 yards. So we were looking at a different route. That's another conversation I need to have with the General McElwain. They just turned around and brought that up 2 days ago. So that's something I got to readjust and see where we are with that. Other than that, everything else is going pretty solid for our department. I know it's kind of scary as we, like I said, get closer to the end of the weed abatement and seeing what's going to happen from there. But as for staffing, Anthony and I we're going to hold it together as long as we can, which is going to be a long time. So we're going to do our best to keep up with everything that comes through, basically via email and text message and phone calls. So yeah, that should be it.
And I can follow up really quickly, President Farmer, if that's okay. And in meeting with David, obviously, we've had some staffing changes in facilities and resources. And so what he's referring to is, we started looking at, okay, well, we can't have our maintenance technician on call every single weekend, and we definitely can't have David, working every weekend for the restrooms. And so we were able to contact a janitorial service that gave us a really good quote on a price per day to open and close the restroom. And so Mr. Carmel has that agreement, and we're going to bring that forward. That'll be 7 days a week of opening and closing the restrooms, which will free up Mr. Geary and Anthony to start working on some other district things. And so by cost saving 2 positions, that leaves us a little bit of wiggle room to free them up with that janitorial service.
All right. Well, thank you, General Manager McElwain. I just want to comment that before Mr. Aguirre and his staff took on this task, didn't we have a private company doing that?
We did. They were a little more expensive and they weren't doing all that great of a job. And so when we started making the shift to eliminating a lot of our contracting, we hired, two maintenance technicians since I was hired. And then, as we've talked about in budget discussions and individually as a board and some of the things that have happened with the general fund allocation in the past and some corrections we've had to make, unfortunately, there's only so many areas that you can shave. And so again, going back to what we're trying to do with the budget is, scale down a little bit of the staffing for facilities and resources, work with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, who, as David has demonstrated, are being really helpful by funding a lot of different things from the facilities and resources side. So we're going to try to close some gaps by working collaboratively with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, try to find some efficiencies by picking up the janitorial service again, freeing up David. That also frees up overtime on the weekends and frees up, honestly, one of our managers who's on salary, but he seems to always be here.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. And David, you were mentioning earlier about not wanting to burn out Anthony. Obviously, we don't want to burn you out either. And personally, I'm grateful to hear, I don't know what the expenditure is on the restroom, but it's well worth it to give you guys a break, especially because cleaning restrooms that other people have used, it's, bad enough cleaning our own bathroom, right? But cleaning restrooms that other people have used, that can be quite the challenge.
Question.
Yes, Director Scott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So we had a request for the restrooms downtown to be open a little bit later. Is that something that this company would be able to do for us?
Right now, we set it at thank you, Director Scott. Right now, we set it at the same time frame. I can address that cleaning company to see if they would be willing to come an hour later.
Yeah, that'd be great to be able to let the public know that that request, we responded to it.
That's an excellent suggestion, Director Scott. Thank you. Yes. Oh, excuse me, Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. Several things, but first, if you haven't gotten out there, get out on the ranch from the Tipton Trail. When you look behind the Gray's home, that whole stretch that has been cleared, as it was last year, the clearing work is excellent. There are hundreds of small pine saplings, small oaks, sticky monkeys, small toyons, none of which have been touched. They're all intact, but so the clearing has been done very thoughtfully. So thank them and thank you for that. That's excellent work. Right. And on the reduction of count, discussed in the past, on the salary schedules, there are 5 levels for many of the positions in the different roles, and that wasn't possible, I guess, considering funding. But now that there's a reduced number of technicians being funded, retention is really important. And right now, with a crew of 1, I'll just say it's an excellent crew, both 1 plus 1, and boy, we want to keep both. So, is there any consideration to adding steps to that maintenance technician role to provide some promotional path?
Well, what I think you're referring to, Director Thomas, because they already have steps, there's A, B, C, D, and E. If you're referring to like the admin tech series, admin tech 1, 2, 3, 4.
Precisely.
That is something we can look at with SEIU. I would need Mr. Gary's help to actually formulate the knowledge, skills, and abilities that would delineate those steps of maintenance tech 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt. I've actually heard descriptions, a description of when somebody starts and the workload on Mr. Aguirre to the leadership they're stepping into. So perhaps. And then on the maglocks, is that dead or is that for further consideration?
So the first series of the maglocks is it's squashed. It's done. So what we're looking at is another series. I just got the proposal, like I said, less than a couple days ago that I just got from Paso Lock. It's a different setup, but see, with us doing that transition with the janitorial service, I mean, that would free up the amount that we would turn around and set aside for that. But that was a conversation that I know that we need to have with the general manager to see what we're going to move forward with. Because what that would do, basically, you still can program them to where they unlock. People can use them as a regular basis. They would lock again, but to the point to where the inside is still manual. There's no sensors. There's no indication because there was a panic button and stuff of that nature on the original Maglock series. This one here is just a turn of a handle and it opens up and you're able to walk out and it automatically closes behind you. They use them in hospitals and also in schools. So that's one of the less expensive routes that we were looking into. But like I said, that was something that's been presented all over again. And I know with this whole janitorial, which is going to take a lot of pressure off our department, same with things with these locks, if it's needed, I think we could move forward, but we need to postpone that in every aspect, but I want to listen to everything that Paso Lock wants to bring to the table.
Great, thanks. Yeah, because that request from Shanny Covey, there are at least another dozen restaurateurs and businesses that would appreciate the later hours, as Director Scott mentioned. So,
in regards of what the old janitorial service that was there would be times where we would come in and the bathrooms would be open. We would have a unhoused individual in there. There's a lot of other common issues that came through that we were picking up the slack on. So when we ended up going in and getting that second tech, that's why we ended up splitting the hours. So that way it made a heck of a lot easier on our department to where we were able to monitor the doors, make sure that they were closed and everything was all being cleaned up. There would be times where, I hate to say it, there would be issues inside of there. We wouldn't find out until the next morning. And then we would spend at least 2 to 3 hours trying to get that situated. If we would have known the night before, we would have came in with a game plan to turn around and either had the plumber come in or something of that nature. It was always a little bit of something that was a factor into the previous janitorial service. So, but as moving forward, I mean, it's going to be a good thing, for our department and especially to relieve some pressure on myself and also on Mr. Dietz. So.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. Any further comments, Mr. Aguirre, at all? Do we have any public comment? Ms. Dodson? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Vice President Dean.
Okay, I just want to thank Mr. Aguirre for everything that he does. His devotion to this district, his talents, his many abilities, his ways that he's constantly trying to save this district money by finding deals on things or knowing how to fix things. We really need to recognize and make sure that we retain Mr. Aguirre too. We are very, very fortunate that we have him here working with the CCSD. I just wanted to say that. We appreciate you, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt about that. And thank you for that comment, Vice President Dean. And with that thought, David, you and Anthony have as best a weekend as you possibly can, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Take a little time off.
All right.
All right, yes, looks like Ms. Dodson has her microphone on.
I'm just ready if you want to ask for public comment.
Oh, okay. Is there any public comment on Mr. Aguirre's report?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Fritz, you're back again with the Finance Manager's report.
Yes. Thank you, President Farmer. This is agenda item 8C. This is the Finance Manager's report. We had the expenditure report in this agenda for all the expenditures for May of 2026, as well as included here is the compensation for the directors for the month of May, our bank balances, and I also include the SST project accounting to date, and as you know, presented earlier in this meeting, we're really working hard on the budget and getting everything ready for next fiscal year, and then closing out very quickly closing out this current fiscal year. So that's what finance is kind of up to. And with that, I will entertain any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Fritz? Yes, Director Scott.
So is it really important for us to have our compensation forms into you before June 30th?
Yeah, the next pay cycle will be next week.
Okay.
So if you could have them in by then, it would be nice to have the full year in. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, certainly not. Thank you, Ms. Fritz. It's been a relatively long day for you in some ways, so thank you. All right, moving on. Do we have any public comment on Ms. Fritz's report? And by the way, I should have handed it off to the general manager. I hope you don't mind me usurping your job there, sir. Moving on, we already have had the utilities report from Mr. Green much earlier. Mr. Reaper, do you have anything further to add to that report?
I do not, Mr. President Farmer.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 9, board member committee and liaison reports. Do I have any comments from board members on these reports? Apparently none. Do we have any public comment on these reports? Ms. Dotson?
No.
No. Okay, well, I guess we are moving on to future agenda items, and I have a public comment on that, but first, why don't we hear from you, Ms. Dotson? No, actually, I'll tell you what. Let's hear the public comment from Ms. Heinrichs, and then we'll hear from you, Ms. Dotson.
Thank you. I renew my request to add the resolution on ice raids to the next regular meeting agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dotson.
Okay, we'll have discussion regarding the updated Fiscally Ranch Public Access and Resource Management Plan. We will have the skate park project item on there, and a discussion and consideration of an introduction of an ordinance, which we're all working on right now. And then a public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of a resolution ordering abatement of public nuisance for the fire hazard fuel reduction program.
All right, thank you. And if I could request one more thing, who's still attending this meeting?
Elizabeth Benhausen, Gordon Heinrichs, Julie Amade, Michael Miller, Rochelle Benjamin, resident, and Scott Steck. And we also have a hand raised.
We have a hand raised right now you mean for a future agenda item?
Yes.
All right, well, whoever that is, go right ahead. Thank you.
Elizabeth Benhausen.
Ms. Bettenhausen, good to hear from you. I hope. All right. Oh, sorry we didn't have the opportunity to hear from her.
Hi.
So on, yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. I had a question. Oh, here she is. Okay, here's Elizabeth.
Mercy.
I'll pick that up later.
Go right ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. I have one serious request, and that is that we see something other. Oh, no, that's incorrect. something in addition to President Farmer's eyes, because during this whole entire meeting, we have looked at the back of some sort of computer monitor and could not see him speak anything that he said. So it would be very helpful to be able to see to see President Farmer's whole face during one of these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen, for caring.
Yeah, I think President Farmer, I think if you scoot your chair over towards Director Scott's direction a little bit, your face might show, because Ms. Bentenhausen is correct. We've been seeing the back of your new Zoom iPad pretty much this whole time.
Well, my apologies, and thank you for bringing it to my attention at 3:51 p.m.
Yeah, well.
Well, it's kind of awkward the way everything is arranged right here, and with regard to the microphone and all, it was either here or over there, and this seemed to be the most convenient space for me to be in. My apologies.
I would also like to say, if you don't mind, that the sound system sounds a whole lot better this time.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's excellent.
President Farmer,
Yes.
you're also using Vice President Dean's mic. Your mic is directly in front of you over to the
Yeah.
side.
Well, let me just say this, that stretching this mic over here was.
It can go over there.
Oh, okay.
I will let everybody know that we will look at this configuration. This is the first setup of this configuration.
This is actually what happened was the line was tangled up over there. And so that's the reason that I used this one, because that one,
Yeah.
Never mind. You don't need an explanation because it's now 3:52. I've forgotten my gavel.
There's a really quick question of Ms. Dodson. The list of the agenda items for July 11th, or July 9th, sorry. You said discussion. She said discussion of the fiscal and ranch management plan update, or discussion and consideration.
It was discussion and consideration to adopt originally,
Okay.
but since we didn't hold our meeting today.
I think
it's-
we're still aiming at that, aren't we? Yeah. I think so.
We
too.
are?
I think so. I hope so.
Okay, so it'll be discussion and consideration to adopt the Fiscalini Ranch Public Access and Resource Management Plan.
May I ask a question of Mr. Carmel?
Yeah.
I think that when the topic was brought up with the changes that Director Thomas was going to submit to us, that we might need an extra hearing before we have an actual adoption. Is that correct?
Only if there's more changes.
Okay.
But we can always just not vote.
Right. This gives us the option of acting.
Exactly.
If we were able to, yeah.
Okay.
So Mr. Carmel, we answered your questions for you. Were we right?
You were right. Thank you.
Okay.
So if there's no changes, we don't need an extra hearing.
No.
Okay.
So speaking of that, thank you, Vice President Dean. How quickly, Director Thomas, will you be handing over your suggestions, so to speak, to staff so they can post it on our website?
I'll have those to Director Scott and the General Manager tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. How about the rest of us? Can you send it to all the board members as well as staff?
I don't think that's within my authority to do so.
I'd be, it's going to go on the website, so it'll be public knowledge and public document. So when it's sent to me, I'll blind copy the board and everybody will get a copy.
All right, thank you. All right. So.
Mr. President Farmer, I'm sorry. I believe Ms. Heinrich still has public comment.
Sure.
She already did.
She already did it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd love to do another one, but we're going to leave it at that. Thank you.
I do.
Oh, Director Scott, go right ahead.
Yes, for future agenda items. And I don't really know how to word this, and maybe Ms. Fritz can help. But a discussion and consideration for direction for Ms. Fritz about looking at how to make the budget document more transparent and better by separating the operational from the capital funds. So I don't know how to. Oh, okay,
I think that sounded wonderful.
okay,
Do you have any
yeah,
comments?
just for us to direct you to do that.
If I add one more thing I'd like to see, I was talking about this, I was talking about this with Mr. McElhenney, and I understand it's very difficult to break out, do prior year numbers, but is it possible to do like in the narrative, a high level comparison? In other words, the totals for this year for, you know, I don't know, at a very high level, just to show trends, not line items. It's not a request for this budget, but in the future to find a way to do that, which is not burdensome and doesn't have, we don't have to hack the software or something like that.
I can look into that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that was also a recommendation from the finance committee, but we just didn't want to overburden you.
Yes.
I just realized, never mind. I'm ending this meeting right now. Everybody have a very pleasant weekend. I left the gavel at home.